Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City Council of Palo Alto regular meeting for Monday, April 21st, 2025. When the clerk please call the roll.
Councilmember Liu,
Here.
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Here.
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I've already told my colleagues that all these people out here are not here for public comment tonight. We're very concerned about that. Instead, we're happy to have first up the Palo Alto Youth, who have received the President's Volunteer Service Award as certified by the Youth Community Services between February 16, 24 and February 15 of 2025. And this service award honors individuals whose service positively impacts communities in every corner of the nation and inspires those around them to take action too. The City of Palo Alto is honored to recognize the youth who have received this award and provided outstanding service to their community. The staff report for this item lists all 57 recipients of the award, and we encourage you to take a look at our report to see who is being honored. So I'm going to now invite our Youth Community Service representative, Evelyn Romero, up to say a few words. And after that, council is going to move down into chambers where we're going to take a picture as best as possible with this packed chamber. So please step to the mic and
All right.
thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to the mayor, vice mayor, and council member for allowing us to be here today. We're excited to be here to recognize students in our community who has received the President Volunteer Service Award as certified by YCS. Throughout my speech, we had asked the students to create a small slide of reflection of what they've done in their community. So feel free to just give a look at those. So my name's Evelyn Romero, Community Engagement Associate for YCS. YCS was founded in 1990. We're grateful for the support for the city of Palo Alto. We serve students in San Mateo and Santa Clara County, supporting service learning in over 65 Bay Area schools and partner with over 250 local community organizations. In the Academy of 2023 to 2024, the generous support of our donors and programs, Youth Community Service engaged over 14,000 participants who collectively contributed over 90,000 hours of community service. YCS certified over 44,000 hours of community service completed by 287 applicants for the President Volunteer Service Award. YCS certified 36,000 hours through our high school transcripts, recognitions programs for 350 graduating seniors. So we just want to thank them for coming out into their community and doing all of this service. And we want to put out there why is it important to apply for the PVSA is to honor you and recognize dedication to your community service. Earning the PVSA shows the future to future schools and employees that serving your community is one of your core values. So if for those that are here and want to learn more about the President Volunteer Service Award, feel free to reach out to the YCS team, email us, or visit our office. So now to all the other high schools that are listening in, we want to invite you to our Summer of Service. It's a 6-week program, so it's no cost, all free. So thank you.
What an amazing track record that all of you have registered here. Palo Alto could not be prouder of you. And think about this. Think about the future. There's 7 seats up here. Over time, some of you could be up here. Thank you so much. Let's move down there and take pictures.
Sorry, hold on. Before any students leave, we do have the certificates as well as a Palo Alto swag bag in the back of the room. I know.
Okay, folks. Thank you. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to be beginning our next item.
Mayor, we did make the volume a little higher. I don't know if that helps, but if you'd like to maybe see if we can get started with the next item.
Okay, thank you. That was a energetic first item. The second item up on the agenda is the signing of a friendship city agreement between the city of Palo Alto and Naracana in celebration of Palo Alto's very first friendship city. We're beginning that journey today, and we have a sign to prove it in just a minute. But first, I would like to ask the president of Neighbors Abroad, Sarah Burgess, to the mic to introduce our visitor from Kenya and describe what we're going to do tonight.
Thank you very much, Mayor Lowing. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Lowing, Vice Mayor Venker, and all the members of council. You will remember that last year we agreed to a friendship city agreement with the city of Narok, Kenya. And today we have the papers and the representative to begin that in reality to sign the agreement. I would like to, together with all the members who are able to be here of the board of Neighbors Abroad, I'd like to introduce a special member who is Barb Macras. Barb has been a member of Neighbors Abroad for many years, formerly on the Albi France committee. However, when we began this journey with Narok, Kenya, she has a very special connection to it because she's been working there since 2017 with her nonprofit Olive Seed organization. And so because of her deep connection, when we began this venture, she was able to put together a committee very quickly of excited, enthusiastic community members who want to see this through to fruition and begin the connections that we can have. So with that, to introduce our representative from Narok, I'd like to introduce Barb Macras. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Mayor Lowing, and everybody at the City Council. I'm very pleased to be here today. As Sarah said, my name is Barb Macras, and I'm a longtime Palo Alton and longtime member of Neighbors Abroad, and I love what Neighbors Abroad does, bringing people from around the world together. As Sarah mentioned, I have a nonprofit called Olive Seed Foundation, a small nonprofit right here in Palo Alto, and I work in the Masai Mara region of Kenya. In the Masai Mara, we have a grassroots organization called Olive Seed Kenya, and the man you're going to meet in a few minutes, Amos Kapin, is the director of Olive Seed Kenya, and he is my partner on all of these things that we do in the Masai Mara. We work in education, women's empowerment, and clean water, and sustainability. We have a committee in Kenya working on this. And then, of course, all of us in Neighbors Abroad have worked hard to make this happen. And Amos is the one who has facilitated this on the Kenya side. He's a community organizer, very widely respected in Narok County, and put together the team there to really get this going. This idea started, I think it was about 3 years ago. Remember when there was a Neighbors Abroad Christmas party at Gamble Garden Center, and Amos was at my house for Christmas that year. And we came to that party, and we were walking around talking to people and saying, wouldn't it be great to have a partner city in Africa? And we found that there was a lot of interest in it. And so I am just absolutely excited and delighted to say that it's finally happening. And I want to thank Amos for everything that is done on that end. And I want to thank everybody at Neighbors Abroad and all of you here in the City Council for approving this measure. And I think it's a historic relationship. So again, thank you very much. And here's Amos Kapin.
Thank you very much, Babs. Mayor Lowing, the president of the Neighbors Abroad, all the members of the council present, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Amos, as you heard, from Kenya. I'm one of the representatives of the Narok Friendship City Committee, and I'm also the co-founder of Olive Seed Kenya. And it's really my great pleasure that and honor to be today here in this actually initiative of creating a collaboration between Palo Alto community and Narok community. I'm also here representing my governor, who is Patrick Ndutu, who was supposed to be here in this very special day. Unfortunately, we had other programs coming up. We have the President of Kenya visiting Narok County for a development visit for several days. And that has actually changed his plans of being here. But we have his blessing and his full support. He really supports this milestone that we have been able to put together. And he will be coming here in May 25 and up to 30th. He will be visiting California. He will be visiting the San Francisco and Palo Alto City. And we'll be glad also to come and meet the mayor and meet all of you so that we could have at least that collaboration coming together. But on behalf of the community of Narok and the government of Narok and the government of Kenya, I just want to say thank you very much, and we are so grateful for you to accept to adopt a city in Africa. I know this is a bit special that you accepted to connect with Narok. It's, I think, the farthest city that you have ever collaborated with. But I want to tell you that Narok is a very special place. It's actually a very fast-growing city. We have a lot of strong culture, the Maasai culture, which is the community that I belong to. It has a fertile land. It has the best wildlife you can see on earth, the great migration of wildebeest. And with actually the growing up infrastructure in the same city, well, there are some few projects underway, like the airport, the railway line that's connecting. It's actually going to be one of the biggest regional connection points for both tourism and trade. And I believe that when times allow, that we are also highly welcome to come and interact with the people of Narok and see all the good things that are happening there. So I had a little speech that I wanted to go through a few things, but this is not going to be very long. And this is also some of the messages that I got from the governor and the council of Narok. Our governance system might be a little bit different. We have the governor, who is the main person in the county, and we have the county assembly, then we have the members of parliament, the president, and all that. That's the Kenyan governance system. But actually, this is a very special moment for us, and we are deeply grateful and thrilled to celebrate the formation of a friendship city relationship between Narok and the vibrant community of Palo Alto. This partnership is more than a symbolic gesture. It reflects our shared values and mutual commitment to sustainable growth, innovation, cultural exchange, and inclusive development. While we regret that His Excellency Patrick Ndutu, the governor of Narok County, could not be present today due to high-level development visit by the President of Kenya to our country, we bring with us his full support for this milestone. We look forward for our governor to meet the mayor, the city council, and local partners during the upcoming West Coast Roadshow in May 25th to 30th. This visit will offer a closer look at Narok vision and potentials, as well as opportunities to build stronger ties between our communities, institutions, and entrepreneurs. As I conclude, on behalf of the people of Narok and the leadership of Narok County, I want to extend a heartfelt gratitude for your friendship, and may this be the beginning of a long-lasting and fruitful relationship that benefits both our cities and generation to come. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I just want to tell you that I'm one of the community leaders. And with me, I brought a very special stick. This black stick you see here. This stick was blessed by 150 elders. So I'm here actually representing their voices, their aspirations, and their dreams. And these connections that we are making today here, it's very, very, very special for us as a community of Narok County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Mr. Katina is going to come up here and we're going to actually sign the agreement. And if council members would flank myself and him for photos as well as witnessing the ceremony.
Thank you.
Get this out of the way. We'll do this first and then we'll show the sign.
Okay.
We're now official.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much. Thank you very
Welcome
much.
so much. Show the sign. Our new sign. We're out in front of City Hall. It's great.
Thank you very
Love
much.
it.
Thank you.
Love it.
Thank you so much.
More. If any council members would like to comment on this event, please do so. Councilor Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to commend Neighbors Abroad for bringing this opportunity to our city. And Mr. Capeen, thank you so much for traveling all this way to let us know what this friendship status means to you. It means a great deal to us as well. I want to let you know that I have been to your country. I've been to Kenya, to Nairobi, and to the Masai Mara. And also, when I was a dean at Stanford, had the pleasure of working with a Masai tribesman who was an undergraduate, Cubberly Wilson Nyoma, who is from not too far from your city. So it is a special joy for me having had the chance to visit the region you're from in Kenya. It feels special in my heart that we are making this connection city to city, people to people at this time. So thank you again for your interest in making this happen. And thank you to my Palo Alto friends and colleagues for doing such hard work to get us to this point. Congratulations and thank you.
Yeah, and obviously, thanks so much to our partners at Neighbors Abroad and all the work that they did to make this happen. Any others? Well, we just kicked it off to a great relationship. The next item on our agenda tonight is agenda changes, additions, or deletions.
Mayor, there are no changes to your printed agenda.
Thank you. And next up is public comment on items that are not on the agenda.
Mayor, we have 7 requests to speak.
Okay, we'll do the 3-minute.
All right, our first speaker is Christina D, followed by Bing W.
Put this down a little bit. Hello. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share about the valuable work that Palo Alto Arts Center and the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation is doing for the community of Palo Alto. I'm Christina Davidson, one of the newest board members, and this is my fellow board member, Jill Asher. Slide 2, please. At the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation, we believe that arts are essential to a thriving, economically vibrant, and diverse community. The foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit that expands the reach and impact of the Palo Alto Art Center through fundraising and advocacy. We are a group of active community volunteers committed to providing arts in our community. Today, we would like to highlight how the Palo Alto Art Center contributes to the community health of Palo Alto. Many of you might remember the Art Center exhibition and program series, Creative Attention. This initiative was funded by grants from the Institute of Museum and Library Services and the National Endowment for the Arts to the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation. The project included an exhibition, artist residency programs, public programs, virtual meditation programs, and art therapy sessions, all provided free to the community. The evaluation results from Creative Attention demonstrated the impact of the program in supporting health and well-being. I'm on slide 6. I'm sorry, I forgot to. Building off the success of Creative Attention, the foundation has continued to support arts programs in the community. We are providing monthly arts programs at the low-income senior communities at Alta Housing and Stevenson House. This is a testimonial from one of the senior students. When our service coordinator invited me to participate in a monthly art class for the Sheridan seniors sponsored by the Palo Alto Art Center, I told her my dad used to laugh at my spontaneous drawings when I was a kid. I never thought I would step into an art class. During the 2.5-hour class, I was focusing on my drawing and forgot all about my concerns and problems. I really enjoyed the share your art part. Everyone was smiling and laughing with appreciation, encouragement when someone was showing the drawing. Thanks to the support of the California Arts Council.
Your time is up.
I'm sorry?
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to express appreciation for our collaboration. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Bing W, followed by Helena.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing, Vice Mayor Vicky Wanker, and also all the esteemed city council members and city manager. So today I want to take this opportunity with historical signed sister city for our youth with Africa, and also our YCS, which is organization really helped our youth to talk about bringing youth to nature. As a mother who raised a family here and a teen here, similar to us center does, this will enhance youth mental health. And I also want to modify my initial proposal for bringing youth to nature by restarting our free shuttle, as I understand it will be very costly and logistically impossible. I'd like to propose a modified version by adding a weekend service to Foothill Park or Bayland via the Palo Alto Link. The existing Palo Alto Link already provide free service to our youth if they need to seek mental health help. So going to nature is also a mental health release. So there might be a possibility without adding too much cost for the existing Palo Alto link, as well as just piloting that to see how many people might be getting on the Palo Alto link, going to either Bayland, Fort Hill Park, or the area that they either don't have a driver license, don't have a car, or increase accessibility and inclusivity for the use of Palo Alto link. So that's all I'm thinking. I'll be writing a letter to you all before the budget concludes, and hopefully this might be some idea to look not adding too much staff time, nor too much financial burden for our city. Thanks so much for the consideration. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helena, followed by Jeffrey S.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Mayor Lowing and esteemed council members. I am Elena. I work for Youth Community Service as well. Want to thank you just one more time for honoring our students here with their PVSA awards, as well as share this opportunity we have coming up for our community impact exhibit to learn a lot more from students that will be there to explain what they've learned and grown from this year of service with them. So on Sunday, April 27th from 3 to 5 p.m. at Mitchell Park Community Center, we will be with our students and free ice cream for everyone to learn about their service. And thank you for sponsoring the event along with Stanford Medicine, the Palo Alto University Rotary Club, and First Presbyterian Church. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey S., followed by Laura A.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing and members of council. I would strongly urge council to hold at least one study session regarding San Francisco Creek flood control project alternatives before the JPA is scheduled to select one project alternative for implementation. Let me explain. So 1 month from today, on May 22nd, JPA staff and their consultants are scheduled to present 5 flood control project alternatives to the JPA board. 1 month later, on January 26th, the JPA board members are scheduled to vote and select one project alternative. Between May 22nd and June 26th, JPA staff and their consultants are planning to host 3 community outreach events on the project alternatives, one in each of Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, and Menlo Park. Ideally, council's study session would be scheduled after the community meetings and before the June 26th JPA board meeting. This will give council the opportunity to exchange comments and concerns regarding project design elements and alternatives before the JPA vote. This assumes, of course, that city public works staff will have had the opportunity to formulate a recommendation after synthesizing JPA board member comments made on the 22nd and public comments made in the interim. If public city works staff need more time to compile comments, formulate a recommendation, and articulate a rationale, the vote planned for June 26th at the JPA must be delayed. It would be unacceptable if Councilmember Stone were expected to cast a vote for the project alternative without first having received clear input from his colleagues based on a thorough briefing from city public works staff. This flood control project is long overdue, but making sure that we get the design elements right is critically important to hundreds of residents on both sides of the creek. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Laura A., followed by Roger S.
Greetings. My name is Laura Anthony, and I'm the PTA Council Chair for Safe Routes to School. Do you know how many students in our district walk or bike to school? Over half. Over half of the students in our district walk or bike to school in Palo Alto. Do you know what the national average is? It's around 10%. In Palo Alto, we're over 50%. Why, you might ask, is our rate so much higher? Because we have a phenomenal partnership between the city, the school district, and the PTAs called Safe Routes to School, which is celebrating its incredible, impressive 30th anniversary this year. Safe Routes to School encourages children and families to walk and bike to school and supports them by providing in-school bike and pedestrian safety education together with suggested routes, and it works to continually improve safety on school routes, including through valuable city school transportation safety committee meetings hosted by the city. Walking and biking to school is great for children, families, and our whole community. It creates healthy, active lifestyles. It's better for the environment. It keeps thousands of cars away from our schools every single day, which makes it safer for everyone. And it provides independence and corresponding mental health benefits for our young people. But those high rates are not self-sustaining. Our incredible numbers were painstakingly built and maintained by our collective predecessors, electeds, staff, and volunteers at the city, the school district, and the PTAs over the past 30 years. We recognize that budget cuts are unfortunately anticipated. The Safe Routes to School team needs to be fully staffed, including a backfill for the current vacancy on the team, to continue to provide the critical in-school bike safety education and valuable city school transportation safety committee meetings that make this incredible partnership and our phenomenal walk and bike rates possible. Safe Routes to School also needs to be able to align with council on priorities. Yet, despite the 30-year anniversary this year, it's now been 3 years since council has had a study session on Safe Routes to School, something it used to do annually or biannually. We requested one tonight, but it didn't happen, which is why we're here speaking during general public comments. Please continue fully funding and fully staffing Safe Routes to School and bring back regular council study sessions for this critical program. Thank you so much for your service to our community and for your longstanding support of Safe Routes to School.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Roger S., followed by Melissa O.
Hello, my name's Roger Smith. I want to compliment the council for attending the Tall Tree Awards ceremony last Thursday. I was very impressed seeing each of you circulate through the crowd and talk to many people. Yesterday, we had the 10th anniversary of the Magical Bridge, attended by hundreds of families. Alinka Valerial was there to celebrate her baby, the Magical Bridge 10th anniversary. She has opened 6 other magical bridges in Redwood City, Mountain View, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, and Morgan Hill with nice new bathrooms. She works day and night to bring magic to all of us. She is a saint. My daughter Jenny Smith donated the new Happy Hut, which was a big hit, and also a neat place to take pictures. For those of you who made the celebration, I hope you experienced the joy, the fun, the energy of hundreds of children. I hope you had time to check out the old bathroom with 2 stalls. This bathroom was there many, many years before Magical Bridge was built. After meeting with the pickleball people, the Magical Bridge folks, and the Friends of the Palo Alto Parks, we've developed an action plan for the bathroom. We feel the best alternative is to remove the old 2-stall one and replace it with a new 4-stall one in the exact same place this one is. We feel this is the cheapest and faster way to fix the problem. We will work with Ed's senior people to put this plan in place. My hope we can invite each of you to the opening of the new bathroom on July 4th. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Melissa O.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Vice Mayor, and hello to the City Council members. I am Melissa Oliveira. I am the co-chair of the Safe Routes to School program with my illustrious partner here. As some of you may know, my son was hit by a car in September of 2023 in front of Escondido. And without the Safe Routes to School program, without the PTA, without the Office of Transportation, without the city, and without the members of this community, the change that immediately went into effect after he got hit would not have been possible. The groundwork that has been laid for 30 years in this community is tremendous when it comes to prioritizing our children walking and biking to school. There's nothing like it. So within a week, we were given and granted an emergency crossing guard at Escondido. That crossing guard became permanent. We had new sidewalks. We had new gates opened. We worked with PAUSD, with the Office of Transportation, with Stanford University, with the police department to make it safer for children like little salmon coming to and from this estuary and tributary into these schools. It's tremendous. So that pushed me into advocating for something that I never would have done before. And because of this community, because of the team at the city in particular, the work that is done is tremendous. So I encourage you all to start to have briefings and presentations like you have in the past, because that's where the rubber is going to meet the road. That is where you're going to learn and understand what's really happening at the ground level with parents, with PTA, with the city, with PAUSD. It's an incredible partnership, but it takes a lot of energy, time, and effort to bring those parties together to find consensus and resolution. I would also encourage you to fully staff the people who are working on behalf of our children to keep them safe. I would also encourage you to ratify and sign and agree to this amazing new consensus statement. Hold on, it's official though, I'm going to read it. Safe Routes to School Resolution Partnership Consensus Statement and Bylaws, which is item number 9 tonight, by the way. And it matters. It might seem performative or perfunctory or somewhat just of a signature, but it matters because this 30-year commitment to these children has had tremendous impact. And we're doing it like nobody else is doing it in this country. So thank you for your effort and thank you for your time. And I really appreciate it.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thanks to all who commented. And we're now going to move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
That was an error, Mayor, sorry.
I was going to ask if you cleared your comments with the city manager's report. Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So just first, I'd like to say, following up on the presentation and comments on Safe Routes to School, 30 years of this program moving us from near the national average of around 10% of students walking and riding to school to 50% has resulted in Palo Alto as a national leading model in this program. And it does a lot of different things. It addresses the health of our students. It addresses our environmental issues, but most of all, it's a public safety program, getting our students to and from school safely. And it is a reminder that the well-being of our students doesn't start or end at the boundary of the school site. The collaboration between the city and the school district is what's vital, and it's a combined effort to achieve safety and health and well-being of our students, just like their mental health issues are a joint need and need for collaboration. So I also want to just take this opportunity to recognize Penny Ellison, who first Kathy Durham had been the founder of this, and then Penny has led this for around 20 years, and as virtually a full-time unpaid job. And I just want to really recognize how much commitment there's been there. And then I did want to do something that I don't usually do, but ask the clerk to pull up a slide presentation because several of us have come to realize that there is a really important piece of legislation coming actually tomorrow to the State Senate Housing Committee that may very severely affect our community. And it's SB 79 by Senator Wiener. These are the levels of by right housing that would be allowed, multifamily housing within any distance to either Caltrain stations, or it appears to the VTA El Camino bus routes. And it's within a half mile, first a highest density, a quarter mile, and then a high density within a half mile. So next slide. So just to give you a sense, this is the University Avenue area overlaying the zone from the train station and from the El Camino bus routes, the 522 and the 22. And that bus route system appears to qualify under this this legislation because a bus system that has any bus preferred lanes in the entire corridor, which that system has in East San Jose, then qualifies under this. So if you look at how far out this goes, almost to nearly to Middlefield Road, and then into College Terrace. Next slide, please. And here is in the greater Cal Ave area. And next slide. And this is down at our third train station, San Antonio, which shows that we're talking about 55 feet and 5 stories by right without any parking requirements in an Eichler neighborhood. That's how crazy this is. Last slide. And here's the entire corridor. And so as you can see, a high percentage of our community, not only the areas that we have designated for high density housing in the El Camino corridor and the downtowns that we're working on, but completely outside of those areas. It is a one size fits all, basically taking a chainsaw to local zoning. Senator Wiener had SB 50 a number of years ago that was shot down, and this is a resurrection of that. So this was not part of our discussion recently and hasn't been a focus in our legislative agenda going through policy and services. And I want to bring it to colleagues' attention and really encourage us to prioritize a focus on this and other related legislation. Thanks.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make some brief comments on some good work that's happening in our city. Firstly, I want to congratulate the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. They hosted an amazing event on Friday evening outside of City Hall. It was clearly an immense team effort. The turnout was really remarkable, as many people as I've ever seen outside of City Hall, and they were able to bring together many community organizations and leaders, including our Congressperson, Sam Liccardo. So I'm grateful to everyone involved. I also want to express my support for the Safe Routes to School team. On the Policy and Services Committee, we heard more about the plans, the details of the bylaws, the trajectory that Safe Routes to School wants to be on, and I am so delighted to support them. We are a great cycling city in many respects, as Councilmember Byrd has said, but Safe Routes to School is our signature accomplishment. And 50% is an amazing figure that doesn't happen on its own. That said, though, it's more important than ever for us to actually support Safe Routes to School. That 50% number has dipped down somewhat post-pandemic, and we need we need to continuously invest in the safety of our children and the areas around our schools. So I'm really appreciative of Laura, Melissa, Penny, and the entire team, and want to thank you as well.
Councilmember Banker.
Thank you. First, I'd like to add my thanks and congratulations to the chamber and to the awardees about the Tall Trees event last Thursday. It was truly a tremendous one and really uplifting for our city. And I want to echo Councilmember Liu's comments about the PASC, the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition event on Friday, which is terrific. As the vice chair of the Air District, I certainly support making polluters pay. That's what we do. And I was just sorry I was out of town and had to miss that one. Councilmember Byrd, I don't know if you want to say any more about the BARC meeting that we both attended on Friday. I can leave that for you, but that was, I think, a good place for two of our members to be. Because I'm going to focus more in the future because I want to get through a couple of things that are upcoming that folks might want to know about. Tomorrow, I'm going to be attending the 4th Annual California Climate Policy Summit in Sacramento. It's organized by the Climate Center, which brings together state decision makers, elected officials, climate activists, and more. It supports science-based climate policies. And the speakers include Senate President Pro Tem Mike McGuire, Senator Josh Becker, and Assemblymember Diane Pappin. And the Air District has a panel, and I will be participating in that on reducing inequity and improving health through clean energy appliances, which will, of course, discuss the Air District rules mandating clean hot water heaters and furnaces, but it also gives me a great opportunity to brag about our city and our home electrification programs that we have. So I plan to do that. The next day is Wednesday and Thursday. Actually, Councilmember Liu and I will be attending the Cal Cities City Leaders Summit, which is a 2-day conference, opening with a press conference on top issues like homelessness and protecting the funding from the climate bond that voters approved last year, because with some risk in funding from the federal government, it's really important that we try to maintain that. In parallel with the conference sessions going on, as the Santa Clara County Legislative Chair for the local division of Cal Cities, been working to set up meetings with, gosh, we have 32, I think, council members from the peninsula coming, and we're going to meet with various state senators and assembly members from our peninsula delegation. I think we've got about 7 set up, and I'll be leading the meetings with Assemblymember Ahrens and Assemblymember Pellerin. So hopefully we can get our city higher on the profile with them. I know we can't talk about the merits of legislation, discuss it back and forth from the dais, so I won't discuss the merits. I will just say status-wise on SB 79, it is a public record that did come to PNS as part of the Thompson report. We have a watch position on that. There's lots of things that we consider in taking positions on legislation. The merits are first and foremost, but that's not the end of it. We have to look at the impact of our support. We have to look at, because will it tip over something, or is it something that's likely to pass or fail without us, whether or not we chime in? What is that likelihood of passing? Who else supports it? Can we take a free ride on other folks? Who else opposes it? Are they going to be heavies? So there's all kinds of things that go into that. And how many others have we supported? Because we do have a policy that was passed before at least 5 of us got on council, that we do selective weighing in here and only take positions on a certain number of bills. So all of that goes into what PNS considers. Finally, also this week in Sacramento, there's a Northern California Power Agency monthly commission meeting. It starts with the executive committee. I will report on that when I'm back, which won't be next week because we don't meet. And The following week, actually NCPA is going to Washington DC on an advocacy trip, which I will join for most of the week. And I've previously reported on how federal funding freezes have created some issues for the federal hydropower project on which we rely for a great deal of our electricity. So this is an especially important year to do whatever we can in this tumultuous political environment to keep the lights on here at home. So that's what we're going to be trying to do in DC next week. And next Friday, I'll be darn glad to be back in Palo Alto. Thank you.
I'm really happy to report that I went to the 10th birthday party for Magical Bridge, which was just a delightful way to spend Saturday morning. When I got there at the crack of 10, when it's supposed to start, it was slammed and jammed and kids screaming and jumping up and down and sliding down the AstroTurf on pieces of boxes as they've done since the park opened when I was there that day 10 years ago as well. It's just such a phenomenal accomplishment. One of our public speakers talked about that, but it's just a phenomenal accomplishment that we've done over the last 10 years, and we've just been building and building and building. And as we know, and as I commented at the event, we did have one big problem since that's been there, which is that it wore out way too fast because it had way more people using it. And what a wonderful problem for council to solve, to deal with something like that, which of course it was refurbished, and it's still going strong. So it was loud and fun and smiles everywhere, and I was smiling the rest of the day every time I thought about it. So it was just another one of the great, phenomenal, unique, innovative, to stay with our theme this year, amenities that we have in the city. I also just want to thank the city, and I'm sure the committee as well on Cubberly, to be promoting the engagement with our fellow residents by sending out materials to talk about Cubberly and posting it elsewhere. So we really, really, really are dedicated to community outreach, and we ask all of you to help bring information and opinions back on that. So thank you for that. Okay, that concludes councilmember questions. So we now are going to a study session with the independent police auditor. So who's going to kick that off?
Just need a minute to get folks into place. Got enough time so you're comfortable where to go. Let's see. The floor is yours anytime you want. Yes, these are new mics. So, oh yeah, you got 3 of them. So you take your pick. You may need to get a little closer than the old mics.
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Michael Giannacco, and I am this part of the city's independent police auditor team. I have with me my colleague, who's also a member of the team, Stephen Connolly, and we are here to present again on our report that covers the period of the last half of 2024. I see a number of familiar faces, so you've had a chance to hear from us before, although there's a couple new members that have not. But again, this is our opportunity to present our review and audit of complaints, certain kinds of uses of force, our evaluation of the investigation of those complaints, and then our evaluation of the outcome with any attendant recommendations. The report has been presented to you. I think you've had it for a while. So there's going to be a higher level presentation. We're not going to go every page of our report, but what we intend to do is sort of provide to you some themes, focusing a little bit on our recommendations, and then obviously be available for any questions you all may have. with regard to the report itself. Go to the next slide, please. We have been the independent police auditor for the city for going on 15 years now. Twice a year, we conduct a review or audit of all of the complaint investigations that have come into the police department and do an independent evaluation of the strength of those investigations, the strengths of the police department's response, whether the investigation was objective and fair, and whether the outcome was consistent with best practices and evidence-based outcomes. We were here last November when we were able to present the first half of last year, and now we are here to follow on to complete out calendar year 2024. We go to the next slide, please. I'm now going to turn over the presentation to my colleague, Stephen Connolly, and then we'll come back to me and we'll finish up with Steve. Stephen?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Stephen Connolly for OIR Group and the Independent Police Auditor's Office. It's good to be back with you tonight. So as you know, the content of our public reports from session to session, audit period to audit period is going to be dictated by the activity within the department and the completion of cases. So this slide basically walks through the subject matter that was covered within this particular audit period. So we had 5 public complaints of misconduct that were reviewed and completed by the department during this period, 1 internally generated complaint that was evaluated, and then 4 pointed firearm incidents. And again, that's a relatively new category. We'll talk about that a little bit towards the end of the presentation. But Palo Alto is unusually rigorous, I would say, here in the city and within the police department in terms of the documentation and evaluation of these events. And that was one of the things that your council asked us to add to our scope of work. Next slide, please. So in terms of the contents of the report, again, each one of these cases that is outlined here is described in some detail in the public report that the written report that we provide, and again, that is available to the public. It's a very high level of transparency. And the purpose of that reporting is to give people a window into the kinds of things that members of the public are bringing to the attention of the department, the concerns that they are expressing, and then the department's assessment of those, the quality of the investigations, the reasonableness or legitimacy of the outcomes. So basically, the point of this slide is to summarize the different allegations that were included. And again, quite a bit more detail and explanation of each one of these things is included in the public report. And we're certainly happy to answer any specific questions that people have about these cases. Next slide, please.
And as I said, we will be focusing in our presentation on the recommendations themselves. This period, we have 5, and they are listed out here on this slide. And our recommendations are tied to our reviews. So we're not just out there looking for things that might improve the way in which the department does business. What we are doing is we're taking a look at the complaints, the investigations themselves, and whether those investigations suggest more than individual accountability, but better kinds of systems, better kinds of guidance to officers, so there won't be any reoffending, or alternatively, that there are sufficient advisories to members of the department about what those expectations are if we have found that those expectations need further guidance and specificity. So recommendation 1 comes out of one of the cases that we looked at, and that is, as indicated in our report, the department reviewed this case in which an individual who was friends with one of the parties that were in conflict with each other happened to be a friend of that person, and the officer inserted himself in a situation in which he was purported to be acting sort of on behalf of this individual, and then disclosed later in the conversation to the other party that he was actually in a friendly relationship with this individual, which created a potential conflict, if not the appearance of a conflict. The department recognized that inserting himself into this situation was poor judgment, but they did not find a policy that really could be tied to the conduct in a way in which they could find a violation. We disagreed. We found that there is a general policy about conduct unbecoming, and we thought that was a sufficient hook to find a violation of policy. But we recognized that the department felt that that wasn't specific enough to prescribe this kind of action and to find a violation of policy. In that case, then, since the department did not feel that there was a sufficiently specific policy to guide officers on what the expectations are, we felt that it was important then to devise one so that in the future, officers will understand and recognize that in a situation in which you have a friend or family, there are certainly going to be exceptions when the exigency requires you to act, but ordinarily, you should not become involved in those kinds of situations when you have a very close relationship with one of the parties, if you will. And so that is one of our recommendations. The second one comes out of the second recommendation comes out of the same case. And in that recommendation, there was a complaint about the potential conflict or appearance of conflict that the officer may have had with one of the parties by the other party. And that complaint form that comes along with a complaint, and complaints are encouraged to fill out, was not finalized, and there were extenuating circumstances for that. There were health problems and other things that the complainant was experiencing at the time. So that complaint form did not get submitted in a timely fashion. But in our view, one should not wait. The police department should not wait for a complaint form to be filled out if they already have the substance of the complaint before them. And to the credit of the department, a supervisor had a lengthy conversation with a complainant, heard the complainant, learned what the concerns are, and then sent the complaint forms. But because the complaint forms didn't come back, there wasn't immediate action by the department. And fortunately, another family member persevered, followed up, and eventually that complaint did get investigated. But in our view, the recommendation is do not wait for a form over substance, if you will, for a complaint form to be prepared before acting on the complaint and doing an investigation. Our recommendations 3 and 5 are kind of related, and that is state law requires that when a complaint investigation is completed, that the complainant be notified of the outcome of the investigation. And unfortunately, many agencies respond to that requirement under state law by simply providing a form letter. And the form letter will just essentially be one sentence. We found no problem, or we found exoneration, and no further details. And sometimes that can be misleading to the complainant, or it does not provide sufficient information about what actually did transpire during that investigation. So, for example, in one of the cases, the department did ultimately find that there was no violation of policy, but did intervene, provided non-disciplinary interventions with regard to the officer, because, as I indicated earlier, they found that the officer's judgment was lacking with regard to his involvement in this case. But the complainant wasn't aware of that. So, in our view, the more information that can be provided to the complainant about the outcome of the investigation, even if it's a non-disciplinary intervention like coaching, counseling, training, that information should be provided to the complainant so that the complainant has a full understanding of what the department has done to intervene and improve the department and the officer's performance. The last recommendation that we have comes out of another case. And this was a case in which there was a driving under the influence investigation that wasn't, there were mistakes made in the way that investigation was handled. The reading from the breathalyzer was off by a factor of 10, resulting in the arrest of this individual. Eventually, the arresting officers recognized there was something going on here that was problematic, and eventually the individual was released, but that individual had to spend several hours in custody before that happened. And what the department found was that while there was no policy violation, the poor performance or the substandard performance by the detaining officer had to do with the fact that he had not been sufficiently trained in how to do DUI investigations. And this was the first one he was doing, but he did not have the sufficient training to effectively read the breathalyzer and do other things that happened later as indicated in the report. So our recommendation there is before an officer is given authority and discretion to conduct these investigations, that there be sufficient level of training and guidance to the officer as one would expect. And that is the sum and substance of our recommendations for this period of time. You should see from the recommendations and from the report of the investigations and the complaints itself that this is not nefarious misconduct. Sometimes we've had to go, last year we had to come and talk about a very disappointing case involving excessive force and cover up. You don't see that in these series of cases during this term. And I wanted to point that out to you. We are now talking about a department and providing oversight, not at Oversight 101, but more oversight at a graduate level. And that's a testament to the good work of the department and its officers. And we wanted to make sure that you recognize that because we recognize that as well. I'll turn over to the final part of our report, which is the pointing at firearms investigations.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So again, as the slide says, that there were 4 documented instances that were reviewed and completed by the department during this period of time. It's a little bit lower than some of the other 6-month audit frames that we have had since this protocol began. One of the things that we certainly want to point out, and it's included in the written report as well, is the idea that there really has been a noticeable evolution in this 3-year period. It was a new protocol that the department began when deciding that there was a sufficient significance to the show of force and to the exercise of authority that's represented by a firearm being pointed at someone, that they wanted to find new ways to make sure that that was being captured, that officers were taking responsibility for it, including it in their reports. And then the department has gone beyond that to create a formal protocol in which a supervisor is going to look at every single one of these instances, evaluate it based on the body-worn camera and the reporting and the overall circumstances, and make an actual determination as to whether the pointing of the firearm was consistent with policy and training. During this audit period, the 4 instances that we looked at were all found by the department to be consistent with training and policy. We agreed with that determination based on our own access to the underlying materials. And very significantly, I think that as I mentioned before, the department has really evolved, and I think the officers have evolved in their kind of recognition. I think the way the report puts it is everybody has kind of gotten the hang of this new expectation, and the officers are very diligent about documenting it. There was one point where an officer wasn't even sure that his physical movement, he had unholstered his weapon and wasn't even sure whether the physical movement crossed the plane of the subject, and wanted to make sure he was going to err on the side of caution, and that was looked at as well. So I think that aspect of it, in the sense that this is something that's being scrutinized, it's being taken seriously, I think that has taken hold as a protocol, but I also think it's having an influence on officer conduct in the field as well. And they're showing a great deal of restraint and consciousness of that particular exercise of authority as something that it shouldn't be done lightly and only under very particular circumstances. And that's our last substantive slide, but as always, we certainly welcome any questions that you folks have, and thank you.
Why don't we go to public comment and then come back for comments and questions?
Our first speaker is Winter D.
There it is. That's better.
I love being here again, and I love good news. We really are doing better. There's no question. And at some point, something's going to happen, and it's going to hurt probably again, but I'm starting to maybe be convinced that it's going to be the outlier and not otherwise. And I think we're doing better because of the entire community, because City Council made some reforms and policy changes. We expanded the IPA's purview, and we have good leadership in the department, and officers seem to be entering in on this. It's not this or that, it's all of us together. We're a community, and I think we're really going in the right direction, and I'm very happy about that. I also want to say that I'm really glad in looking at the IPA's report that there was a relative who, on behalf of a relative who could no longer continue a complaint, stepped up and saw that that complaint was made, because that helps too. And that takes a little bit of sticking to it. So thank you for that. I have a few questions. Regarding PAPD's racial and identifying profile data, RIPA, that officers collect about people they stop, when will the public and council see the work product from the National Policy Institute? Was its contract extended, the National Policy Institute? And if so, when? To when? I brought that up last time. I was told that that contract was pending, and I'd like some information. We contracted with them to do some work and analysis on our RIPA data. It's very important data that the state demands from every law enforcement entity now, and that I'm hoping can better inform us about how to move forward in the future. Second question, is there any update on PAPD's interface with immigrants that council should know of? Has anything changed? And third, according to a report I heard on NPR in the Reveal program just a few days ago, I'm driving around, I'm going, what? ATF has issued a bulletin to all law enforcement advising destruction rather than selling or giving away discarded firearms. Otherwise, they're often sold to companies that then resell them to the public. Thousands of deaths. They said 15,000 deaths, I don't know in what time period, I missed that, have been attributed to unwanted police firearms that get sold to a company and then resell them to the general public. My question is, what happens to PAPD's unwanted weaponry of all kinds, firearms, less than lethal equipment? Do we destroy it? Do we pass it on? Do we sell it? I would like us to know that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tess.
Hello. Thank you for your time. I'm here for my sister, a mother and cancer patient who died asking for help she never received. In her final weeks, Margot did what any mother would do. After receiving harassing messages from her ex-husband, a person with a known history, Redwood City Police advised her to get a restraining order if he came to her home. They didn't feel safe going to his house due to firearms. So Margot picked up her son from his Palo Alto school with the school's support. Then she got a call from an on-duty police officer accusing her of interfering with custody. That officer was a personal friend of her ex-husband. He called her from his personal cell phone while standing near the person she feared. He didn't disclose that relationship until Margot asked 25 minutes into the call. He said, "We've collaborated on some things in the past." When Margot said, "I don't trust that he's safe or able to care for her son," the officer told her she was being subjective. When she said, "He keeps harassing me, I don't know what to do," he told her to figure it out in court. When she said, "Redwood City told me to file a restraining order, but that's not enough for you," he said it wasn't. He dismissed every concern. That wasn't just poor judgment, it was a failure of integrity. And if I hadn't followed up after her death, it would have been buried. The IPA saw what the department refused to. The officer violated policy. He had a clear conflict of interest. They made 3 recommendations. Don't let officers handle cases involving people they know. That's already policy. Don't ignore complaints over missing paperwork. Don't keep families in the dark when internal action is taken. These aren't radical demands, they're basic expectations. My sister was scared. She asked, "How are you going to keep me and my son safe?" She's not here to hear your answer, but I am, and accountability doesn't need to end when this meeting does. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
Well, good evening. The current agenda packet format is to give the numbers similar to agenda numbers to information items. And so when I sent you an email letter on this agenda item number 3, I put inadvertently the number of the information report number 16. And I noticed and I sent Mr. Janako a copy of that. There was one minor item in the independent auditor's report on page 5 of the report where there's a footnote number 2, but they're cited, but there is no number 2 footnote, although there's number 1 and number 3. So it's important to have that clarified. If in fact that does refer to a footnote, we should know what it says. In the report that's as the information item, the report refers to the auditor responsible for actions of uniform police department personnel, but sometimes police department personnel are not in uniform. I suspect that the correct word would have been sworn police department personnel, regardless of whether they're in uniform or not. And there was an admonition in both the staff report for the agenda item and in the staff report attached to the information item, limiting what you can do due to legal reasons. But as you've seen and heard in the past, and I don't know if that would happen tonight, members of the public are not restricted in commenting on any of the incidents in the report. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
So one of the things I'd like to see or commented on by the independent police auditor and the chief is historically there have been some departments, including from time to time the Palo Alto Police Department, that doesn't do sufficient outreach beyond websites and that sort of stuff, so that the people, generally the public, doesn't even know about the complaint process, then which of course keeps the numbers of complaints down so a department looks better than it actually is. And then there's also been the problem over the years of certain members of the police department in the past have discouraged people from filing complaints. So I'd like to see where the department is on that as we speak. The other thing I want to address is, and this is actually encouraging from my point of view, is that the chief has documented the use of force data. And I know for at least a couple of 6-month periods, we haven't seen any deployment of either tasers or canines. And this is encouraging, and it also supports the Coalition for Justice and Accountabilities and the NAACP's campaign to eliminate permanently both tasers and police canines. Both weapons are indisputably inherently dangerous to humans. Police canines are the most likely use of police force a police force to result in hospitalization. Thousands of police canines attack individuals every year with serious injuries. They're inherently dangerous, even if well trained. There's multiple examples of police canine attacks attacking the wrong people, bystanders, police canine handlers, and other innocent parties. These cases, not infrequently, result in serious and even life-threatening injuries and subsequent lawsuits. We have the case out of the San Jose Police Department, the same department our chief graduated from, in March, a $1.6 million settlement. They left a dog on a gentleman's throat for over a minute, and it was it's online. You can see it is a horrendous use of force case, and the number of cases where large settlements are coming up about both in the taser arena and in the police canine arena are very large at this point. There's a common thread, though, that comes it's coming from, and by the way, Chief, it's not from a woke or virtual signaling perspective, Chief. Some of the, or some radical anti-police left-wing perspective, but one of the common threads, and the Chief knows about this, doesn't want to confront it, doesn't want to discuss it, is that both police canine use and taser use are horrendously, disproportionately used on African American, Black, and brown people. If it was my people that tasers and canines were being used on, Jews, that they would have been banned yesterday. So I need the city council not to bury their heads in the sand. Our coalition is more than happy to present the facts that you can listen to. My experience with the chief is that, like my dad used to say, some people don't want to be disturbed by the facts. Andrew Binner doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to have a one-on-one conversation with our coalition because the facts don't support the use of canines or tasers. Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Sunita DT.
Good evening. This is my first independent police auditor review session. So I'm here really to ask a question. I was trying to understand, and I don't know if you'll all be able to answer this, if that's appropriate, but my curiosity is when there's recommendations, do we track if there are repeated recommendations for similar policy violations? And over time, if there are many recommendations that are related to each other, are there ever teeth to how we have consequences for policy violations, or is it mostly or simply, I guess I'm asking if that has happened historically, and what that looks like in terms of going beyond a recommendation, but having teeth to it and having consequences for multiple violations. So that's my question.
That concludes public comment on study session item 3.
All right, at some point, we'd like the chief to make comments. Would you like to do that or no? Okay, unless we have questions directly for you. Okay, that's fine. Then let's come back to the dais for questions of the presenters and comments as well. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, gentlemen, for being here. Again, always nice to hear from you and to hear the good and the bad, and so glad to see mostly good in this report. Couple of questions. These are likely more for our department, but who wants to take it? First is regarding officer training with regards to field sobriety training. I assume that is provided at the academy. If that is true, is further FST training then provided during the FTO portion of an officer's kind of training until they're out on their own? Can you kind of walk us through exactly what is provided? And I understand we can't talk specifics about this actual case, but I'm curious about the training that goes into that.
Good evening,
Good evening, Council and Councilmember Stone. Thank you for the question. The answer is yes. The officers are trained in the police academy. They go through an extensive field training program where the rubber meets the road out on the streets. They're also trained as well, but acknowledging this incident, sometimes additional training is needed, and I believe that's what happened here.
Thank you. And then one of the public speakers talked about whether we have an update to RIPA data. Do we have any update on when that will be released to be able to respond to that public comment?
I would defer to Deputy City Manager Chantal Cotton Gaines for an update, who we've been partnering with.
Good evening, Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. We've been working with the National Policing Institute, and they have a draft with some of the changes happening at the federal level, since they are under contract with us through one of the federal agencies that is adding some additional steps that they will have to go through for getting us the report. But we anticipate being able to bring it if there's an open slot in the June council calendar timeframe, and if not, we'll come first thing in August.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, those are my only questions. I, again, appreciate the thoroughness of the report, and always the police department's what always appears to be just an immediate acceptance of the IPA recommendations. Really appreciate the chief's detailed letter in response to those. I think we have created a really strong process, and do just want to commend the Palo Alto Police Department for just the outstanding feedback that was received in this IPA. I think it's really clear that the department is continuing its commitment to transparency and professionalism and community-centered policing that not only Palo Alto expects, but really deserves. And I think just one quote from the IPA, that oversight, I love that what you said, oversight at a graduate level, coming from a career independent police auditor, to be able to hear that. I mean, I think it's clear to us that our department is doing a great job, but to actually hear that from the professionals is something that I think the police department should feel really good about, as well as our community members. Now, of course, we're not perfect at all. There were some deeply troubling things, in particular, what one of the public commenters mentioned about that, about the relationship with kind of the personal relationship, and what seemed to be a police officer really kind of taking advantage of that. And so, you know, but so not perfect at all, but I do think the IPA report is continuing to just show a trend that is moving in a positive direction. And I think those results are just really a testament to strong leadership, consistent training, and just a sincere effort that I feel every time I talk to any of our police officers to really serve all members of our community with fairness and respect. And really want to thank our chief and our assistant chief and the entire department for everything that you do, and to our IPAs for making sure that you're holding us all accountable. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Baker.
Thank you. And I'm going to echo a lot of what Councilmember Stone said, but welcome back, Mr. Giannakko and Mr. Connolly. So I read the whole report with interest and was really very pleased. It's clear the department is operating at a high level. Tonight we heard you have, quote, unusually rigorous documentation. That's good news. And really the issues that we're seeing here are ones of training or protocol that can be corrected. And Chief Bender, in your response, you were very responsive on those 5 recommendations. So thank you for that. So I agree with my colleague and with Ms. Dellenbach that this is good news. You know, following the procedures that we have so closely really shows a high degree of professionalism, and that our department you hold yourselves to a high level, and that's really commendable, and that's what we want to see, that pride in your work. So that is helpful to our city, because our residents can feel safe, and the many people that come into our city every day can feel well policed. And it also means, as I think I may have said last time, that the cases that get referred to the district attorney's office are what was it, unusually rigorously documented, which is very helpful to them in their prosecutions. So that is good as well. So I want to thank the IPA, thank Chief Binder and the department for the way you do business and keeping us safe. It's like a virtuous cycle where good behavior leads to a good report. Having an IPA leads to good behavior. So hopefully we can keep that on the up cycle. I also want to thank the public commenter for her words tonight and her actions before tonight. I'd like to direct you to page 205 of tonight's packet, which is where Chief Binder responds to the 5 recommendations from the IPA. And the first 3 there, there is agreement with them. There's some more language that outlines that a little more fully, and so that may be of interest. I do have a minor question that results from reading about case 2 in the IPA report, and I'm not going to ask about the case. I know I can't do that, but I do have just a narrow policy question. That was the DUI investigation where admittedly the blood alcohol level on the instrument was misread. And at page, I think it's 192, it mentions in the IPA report that PAPD should have, quote, immediately driven the person to the tow yard, paid the tow fee, and ensured the return of the car. And then footnote 4 says that, quote, eventually the arrestee was reimbursed for the tow and storage fee. So my question is simply, do we have a policy on that point? I would hope that it's, when it's clear error on our part, that we would in the normal course pay the tow fee, the storage fee, and any transportation to the tow lot. So I'm just curious if we have that policy.
Vice Mayor, how about I
192.
start with an answer, and if Mr. Janak or Conley need to add on to it, they can. There's not a policy that comes to my mind, but I would say that the supervisors and the officers have that discretion. And so if they did that, or they would have done that, we have a past practice of doing that or similar things to that to try to make right mistakes we have made. I would fully support that. And if the officers had done that under these circumstances, I would have supported that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lou.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo the comments of my fellow council members and appreciate the IPA and appreciate the police department. I do have a couple of questions, most likely for the chief. And I really appreciate your responses to recommendation 1, but I'm still not totally clear about what the next steps are and have some concerns about the incident. So in your response, I'm glad that that we recognize that there's an issue. And I think it is useful to distinguish between friendships that happen through community policing and calls that are sort of required for the immediate officer to intervene or do something when their friend or family is involved. But I'm not clear what the specific, or if and what a specific policy change would be. And I just wanted you to confirm that.
Yeah, so we didn't propose a policy change, but we recognize, I think, in our opinion, the spirit of what OIR was getting at, which is how relationships and conduct interact in an incident like this or another incident where there is a relationship. And so, our position was what we believe that when we assess the propriety of that interaction with that officer and that member of the public, that we looked at 2 things. Was the officer's conduct professional and objective? And then what the nature of that relationship is. And, from our perspective, it could be really hard to define what a friend is. What does that mean? If you've heard me share at a town hall or a public forum, one of the things that we've especially tried to do over the last couple of years under my leadership is really re-engage and connect and build trust with our community. Palo Alto is a very small town comparatively to San Jose, where I started working. And in this community, I believe that the members of people who live here, work here, and visit here want that relationship with our officers. And so we do develop, we do develop those relationships. Are they friends? What crosses the line between friend and a non-professional or a professional interaction? Sometimes that could be harder to define depending on the circumstances.
I understand that, and I understand how it can be difficult to create a blanket policy, but I'm not sure it's impossible to make distinctions between different reasons of calls and different kinds of relationships. And even if it is, it would be reasonable to have an alternative policy where you might have to disclose that you are a friend of a certain party or a family member of a certain party in an interaction that might come up. This is just speculating, for example. So I think I am a bit surprised that there is no other kind of next step on the policy or any other clarification, and I hope the department can consider that internally. I also have a question potentially more for Mr. Giannacco. You may have seen other cases where the unbecoming of an officer language is ambiguous and it needs to be clarified through other policies. Are there any other cases that come to mind, any other potential ambiguities that we should proactively be thinking about and advising our department on?
Thank you for the question. So to look at the analysis here, the department conducted an investigation into the incident and determined that the officer's decision showed poor judgment, but decided that the current policy unbecoming, they do have a conflict policy, wasn't sufficiently specific to sanction the officer for his poor judgment. And in cases like that, you have poor judgment, but then you have no way to enforce or sanction that activity. You need to provide, in our view, need to provide better guidance on, we don't want you to do this. We don't want you to insert yourself because you are so close to this person that it gave the appearance, if not the reality, of your inability to be objective in handling this case. And while the conversation in of itself wasn't particularly egregious, the mere fact that he was too close to one party gave at least the appearance to the other party that I'm not getting a fair shake here. And that is what we're trying to prescribe. I'm not suggesting it's not difficult, and I'm sure that there will be times in which a general friendship, I mean, you want cops to be friendly to the community. You want them to develop friendships, but that can't get in the way of an objective response, which is what the problem was in this case. So we urge the department to go back to the drawing board and come up with some language so that officers recognize this isn't right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll join my colleagues in thanking you, Mr. Giannacco and Mr. Connolly, for your presentation and report. And I want to also commend our Palo Alto Police Department for their excellent work. It's wonderful to hear that we are at a graduate level. And I also want to acknowledge something I learned when I was new on council, which is that it's rather atypical for a city of our relatively small size to engage an outside independent auditor. And I applaud the prior staff and council and police department, the conversations that happened prior to my arrival where that was decided upon as a matter of policy. I just applaud those who did that. And, it's this kind of transparency that is a component of keeping our community safe. I do also want to acknowledge that the public commenters on this item are really helping shape the conversation and the understanding. So to each of you who spoke, I just want to thank you for doing so. I want to carry one of those questions forward. I think the one there was an explicit question asked by a member of the public that I will ask. But first, I believe your name is Tess. You commented and you're mentioned in the independent auditor report. In fact, had the complainant's sister not followed up with the department after the complainant died, there likely would not have been any investigation into the incident. And I just want to acknowledge that you went to that effort and that you're here tonight. And all of us have a keen interest in ensuring that policies and procedures are followed going forward. And you played a very critical part in that at a difficult time. Ms. DiTorre asked the question, I'm sorry, I said your last name wrong, probably. Let's see. Do we track, I saw the chief nodding, do we track whether there are similar policy violations, report to report, and over time, if there are multiple violations, as she put it, are there any teeth to it? I wonder if you might come up and address that question, please.
Yes. First of all, I'll say the reports, the recommendations, and our responses to those recommendations are all for the public to view, to also track them. There's nothing that comes to mind specifically that in my mind, and I'll turn over to Mike and Steve when I'm done, but that we've repeatedly been, they've recommended that we've repeatedly not been responsive to. I will say though too, like in this report, we're continuing our letters to our complainants, our closure letters, I'll call it a work in progress. And Mike and Steve noted that in this report. We've worked with City Attorney Stump to continue to be responsive to our closure letters. We've come up with additional language that we think meets what Mike and Steve are looking for. And so I think you'll see maybe similar patterns, profanity sometimes. The closure letters are two that come to mind, but they're usually a continued retool of that. And we're always responsive and endeavor to improve upon how we engage our operations, our practices, and our policy. You know, in regards to teeth, I'll just say that as the chief, I'm accountable, and I'm accountable to my boss, who's the city manager, who's accountable to the city council. I'm accountable to this community that I serve. And so, you know, one thing that I shared earlier today in a meeting was that our responses are here for the public to read. And if we're not holding accountable, then we can be called on that. But when we put it in paper, and I think Mike and Steve will concur that when we put it down on paper and say that we're going to do something, we've always followed through. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder, Mr. Giannakko, do you have anything to add on this?
Yes, and maybe the evolution of these complaint closeout letters, if you will, is a good example, and the chief focused on that. When we first got started, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, they were form letters. It was one sentence, and they have evolved and gotten better over time. And as the chief indicated, the work in progress has really increased with regard to providing, within the limits of the law, sufficient information to the complainant about how seriously the department took the complaint, what interventions happened. And to your question about what happens in the future, we're going to get a bunch of stuff next term with some complaint letters, and we'll see whether or not those complaint letters have continued to get better over time. So that is kind of the check and balance that we're looking for. We remember what we recommended, and we'll continue to incorporate those recommendations as we see progress from the department.
Thank you. And my final question is, other than tearing these reports out of our packet every 6 months and keeping them and aggregating them and pouring through them and creating our own list of, you know, similar items, are you tracking it? We've heard that there really aren't things that have, there really aren't patterns other than these complaint letter responses. But were there to be, where are you tracking that, and how would we have access to those data?
We track them in the sense that if the same issue comes up, we want to see whether or not the way the new issue has been handled is consistent with our recommendation. So we track them in that sense. We have certainly, we know where our reports are. They're all located in one file. And so every time we do a new audit of new cases, we're looking, what does this letter look like? Is it better? Is it consistent with what we recommended in 2023, 2024? As an example, some of the recommendations are such that the event won't come up for quite a period of time. Others, like the letters, are more frequent, and so we'll be able to track those in real time in a different way. But for example, if we make a recommendation related to a deadly force incident, you all don't have them except once a decade. So we may not have to, fortunately, have to revisit those recommendations for quite a while.
But it sounds like for things that, like with the letters last year, the year before, and so on, we can count on the fact that your report will refer to progress made or the extent to which it is consistent with whatever recommendations were made last time around or the time before.
Yes, is the short answer to that question. And I'll give you a very specific example. And some of it's going to depend on the recommendation, but for years, we talked to the department about profanity and addressing profanity issues. And eventually the department committed to really engaging with the issue, and even more recently actually adopted a policy that is discussed in the report. That's something very concrete and a success story that I think, because of the new protocol, and we've been doing this a long time, as Mr. Giannacco was saying, it was only within the last 3 or 4 years that the council basically made it a police department responsibility to respond at the meeting to these individual recommendations. And so there's a lot more real-time interaction.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you so much.
And if I could add, a council member, that on the city's website, the police department, under accountability, we have direct links to the IPA reports dating back to 2006. Nearly 20 years.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. And thank you for the report and for the department responses. One question I have is just kind of a process one. We have the department responses as a separate item, an informational item at the end of this packet. Is there a reason that it's done that way rather than putting it in with as an addendum to the IPA report so that the public will really see the two things? I'm not sure that a lot of the public or us necessarily immediately know that set of responses is there at the end of the council packet.
Well, just for clarification, Councilmember, the study session item is really specifically the presentation you've gotten tonight. There is a separate information item that includes both the most recent OIR report as well as the department responses. So those are packaged together. I would just note in response to your question that the design of and the way we've organized these items has attempted to be very explicitly that these sessions, and I'll read here, are to discuss trends in criminal justice and policing, policy and training matters, recommendations made by the consultant, and other council concerns. They are specifically intended to not engender a discussion of the individual cases that were reviewed by the IPA. But again, recognizing that the recommendations attempt to take a step higher than the individual cases. That's, I think, the bridge that we're trying to cross.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with how to make it clear to the public that both things exist here. And I don't think it is adequately clear. And so I would encourage us to re-look at whether it's a notation in the report, that there is a separate report in the informational items that address the things that you described, or some other mechanism, but to make it clear. One of the things that I was trying to recall, what is our current practice on, or policy, I should say, on reporting of taser use?
This goes back a way, Councilmember Burt, but when council authorized the purchase of tasers, and that probably was a decade ago, as part of the condition, council asked us and asked the department to provide us a evaluation or a report every time the taser was deployed. And they have been doing that regularly ever since. And when we get those use of force packages, we evaluate the taser use and whether it was consistent with their current policy, law, et cetera. Probably goes without saying, but the fact that there was no taser deployment this time, and I don't think there was one last time, suggests that the department is being very selective with regard to using that taser.
Well, I was struck by the omission or the lack of reporting on taser use, and it made me question whether it is that I thought we had a reporting of it, and you've just answered that. And my memory is that in the first years that we had tasers, we not only deployed them more, but we had a certain portion of the time where we really reflected that the deployment maybe was in question or otherwise. And I think that what we have by not having any deployment, I'd assume that what we had in this report was deployments but no misuse of them, but it's neither. And I think that's worth calling out. It's an important tool as an alternative to deadly use of force. But it certainly seems to be being used in a very discretionary way and seems like a very appropriate one. A member of the public also just asked in general, what happens with policy violations? And maybe, I don't know whether the chief or you would be best to speak to this. Certainly there's a range of severity of violations, so there's not a single response, but just so that the public understands, when we've established clearer policies and there are violations, what then happens?
Councilmember Burt, I will put my lawyer hat on and say it depends, but to be more specific, outcomes with regard to violations of policy can range from anything to non-disciplinary interventions to disciplinary interventions, which start with a written reprimand, all the way to termination. Suspensions are included in there. If it's a supervisor, demotion may be available. So there is a whole range of both non-disciplinary and disciplinary interventions, depending on the egregiousness of the violation.
And my recollection again is that several years ago, before we had put in place some of the reforms that were even outside of the IPA, but police department reforms based on the 8 Can't Wait set of principles, we had a lot of significant violations. And it just seems that our department is performing at a higher level, not only in providing public safety, but in the rectitude of their conduct. And I think we really should recognize that. So thank you.
We concur.
That was exactly what I was just going to comment on. Many years ago now, there was an initiative that I'll call a community initiative that said there's some things that are just not working in our PD and they have got to get fixed. And they were loud and they were heard. And it went to our Human Relations Commission. We also had a working group of very active citizens, especially Ms. Dellenbach, who's here with us tonight, did an extraordinary amount of work and came back to council and say, these are the things that we need to have for this police department to be better. And council approved those. At the same time, we got a new leader who has the highest standards I've seen in any police department. And he had, if you haven't noticed it, he takes this personally. It's not a business situation. The man is just committed to doing the right thing for our community and instills that in his senior staff and his officers. And so the connection between those two efforts from the community and the leadership that's taken that on and, try to go farther and farther has got us to where we are tonight over the last few years. So we need to be extraordinarily grateful as a community to our new leadership and the original folks that, sort of pushed that, as Councilmember Burt just said, around Black Lives Matters time. And then for you to check on us, make sure that that's happening. So thanks again to the police staff for doing what they do and listening to any criticism and feeling, I'm sure you feel free to say, no, that's not right, and have a good discussion about it, and then, make the right decisions for the community. So thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, our next item is the consent calendar. Public comment?
Our first speaker is Penny E.
Good evening. I'm Penny Elson, a longtime Safe Routes to School volunteer, asking you to please vote to support the resolution endorsing the updated Safe Routes to School Partnership Consensus Statement, your item 9 tonight. In 2006, unanimous endorsement of the original resolution by the Board of Education and City Council sparked nearly 2 decades of steady mode shift to active, healthy, safer, and environmentally sustainable alternatives to driving solo to school. This partnership commitment was the impetus for transformation of school commuting in Palo Alto schools. The powerful partnership of the Palo Alto PTAs, PAUSD, and City of Palo Alto was built on shared commitment to goals and a vision for comprehensive traffic safety education programs and a foundation of mutual trust and respect. Palo Alto youth benefit from an improved physical and mental health, connection to community, better readiness to learn, opportunity to become increasingly independent and confident as they grow and learn to move about the community with transportation safety skills every person needs as they grow. The city has enjoyed significant reductions in auto congestion through elimination of many thousands of car trips every school day. And over time, this has happened, especially in areas where work and school commute trips converge. The greatest risk factor to safety on our public streets is automobiles. By teaching students traffic skills and improving safer foot-powered access to and through school sites, Palo Alto has become more welcoming to foot-powered students and other people who now start and end their days with happy, healthy walks or bike rides with friends and family that lift spirits and connect them to the community. Exercise and connectedness are great contributors to mental and physical health. Reducing traffic congestion and safety impacts and related greenhouse gas emissions improves public safety. This program supports several of Council's stated priorities for this year, providing transportation options for infill housing, climate action, and public safety and wellness and belonging. Please endorse this resolution in support of the updated partnership consensus statement. When students are taught how to share the road safely, and the roads are designed to be safe, more safely used by all users, we all benefit. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Laura A.
Good evening. My name is Lara Anthony, and I'm the PTA Council Chair for Safe Routes to School. I'm before you again to ask that the City Council approve consent calendar item 9, updated resolutions and documents for the Safe Routes to School program to mark this incredible partnership's 30th anniversary this year. The proposed documents include an updated Safe Routes to School consensus statement and City School Transportation Safety Committee bylaws, as well as resolutions endorsing the same and reaffirming the city's commitment to safe routes to school. The documents are simply updated versions of what the city and its partners approved back in 2006, and the new versions have been reviewed and approved by the City School Liaison Committee, the City School Transportation Safety Committee, including the city's voting representatives to that committee, as well as the PTA Council. The Board of Education will vote to approve them tomorrow. The document updates are a simple and easy thing to do, but they're important because they're a chance for our 3 partner organizations to reaffirm our commitment to the Safe Routes to School program as a public safety matter for our children, and that is the key. Since the nature of school is that the seniors graduate out every year and a new crop of kindergartners enter, the work of the Safe Routes to School program never ends. Each year, PTA volunteers motivate new families to try walking and biking through encouragement events like the walk and roll programs that you'll see going on all over the city this week. But students and families also have to feel safe on their routes and supported in their transportation choices to keep walking and biking. It takes all 3 partner organizations working together, continually investing to produce and sustain that momentum each year. The Safe Routes to School team at the city needs to be fully staffed, including backfilling the current vacancy, and fully funded for the critical encouragement events, in-school bike safety education, and other valuable programming to continue to occur. So I ask that you please mark the incredible 30th anniversary of the Safe Routes to School program by reaffirming the city's commitment to this incredibly impactful program. By approving the proposed document updates in consent calendar item 9. In making that commitment, please also ensure the city maintains full funding and staffing for the program and brings back regular city council study sessions to continue to support and maintain this tremendous program, which was built by the very hard work of our collective predecessors over the past 30 years and so greatly benefits our children, families, and community. Thank you so much for your service to our community and for your continued support of this important public safety program.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
I'm speaking on item number 10. I believe you need to remove this from the consent calendar to clarify some of the language here. Under the state's Open Meeting Act, the Brown Act, that no one should be required to provide any information to attend a meeting of a legislative body, whether it's the council or any of its boards and commissions or committees. And yet this proposes to place cameras at entry points to the chambers. And I don't see much of what you can not even see the entry points from here. So there, what are they photographing other than the people entering the chambers? Even though it says that will not be taking photos of people using the path between the main lobby and the police station. But what else is those cameras going to be taking pictures of? Also, it says nothing about the seating area in the chambers, whether that will also be subject to video. And by referring to the police department as one end of that path from the main lobby, we know that the police department is leaving. So I think it should be clarified that whatever is there. At one time, well, this building's been here about 55 years, and times when there are large numbers of people attending various agenda items. And as I recall, there's a way to look from the police department mezzanine, a way to look in and take photographs from there. So there are other surveillance items of public participation that may have been taken and retained and should also be destroyed, just as under the surveillance policy. So the main reason I would request that this be pulled from your consent calendar is to clarify that people attending meetings of this body or any other legislative body would not be photographed coming and going from those meetings, because you're prohibited by state law from requiring the public to give up any information, including a photograph of them, to attend a meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah G.
Hi, this is Deborah Goldine. I am speaking on item 9, speaking to item 9. I am a huge fan of the Safe Routes to School program. I feel it's been a highly successful program. I know that my neighbors, two of my recent people who've moved to my neighborhood, the one next door and the one across the street, they have school-aged children. Both families moved to Palo Alto for the specific purpose of that it would enable their kids to bicycle to school. That's what a big deal the Safe Routes to School program has been and how successful it's been. My personal feeling is that it's the one thing that the city has done in the past 30 years that has done the most to enhance quality of life in this city. So I would like to, I'm hoping to encourage the city to make sure that this program is fully funded. Moving forward. All right, I think that's about it. Have a nice evening.
And that concludes public comment on consent calendar items 4 through 10.
Thank you to the public for those comments. Are there any council requests for no votes or polls? In that case, we need a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have the city manager comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Oh, terrific. Appreciate the quick response by City Clerk. Next slide, please. Just a few items of interest, hopefully for community members. Also did want to just take the moment to add my voice on behalf of staff to thank the volunteers, many volunteers and participants in our Safe Routes to School program. Let's see. Oh, so then looking forward, later this week on Thursday, we have the next mayor's press and community briefing. This session will focus on housing related topics, but as has been now established as a practice with the one under our belt, there will also be a question and answer session on any topic of interest. So that is on Thursday, this Thursday at 5 p.m. at the Rinconada Library Embarcadero Room. Next slide, please. Also coming up on Sunday, our annual Earth Day Festival, also at the Arts Center adjacent to Rinconada Library. A number of organizations participating, and look forward to the opportunity to see community members out there. Again, Sunday, April 27th from 1 to 4 p.m. Next slide, please. Then our next community input channel here is related to the South Palo Alto Bike rail crossings. This survey is currently live, but staff has indicated a desire to extend the survey to May 15th. This will allow for a number of upcoming events to be opportunities for staff to promote the survey and hopefully get more community feedback on this topic of the bike and pedestrian rail crossings in South Palo Alto. Survey deadline extended to May 15th. And next slide, please. And also coming up are May FET, which will precede your next city council meeting. So this is the last council meeting before May FET on Saturday, May 3rd at 10 a.m. As always, great community event, opportunity to see members of the city council on parade or in the parade, as the case may be, along with community members. Also wanted to note there was some question about the ability of pets and friends and family to just show up and participate in the parade. And yes, that is welcome. There's, I guess, a specific category. So there may be a part of the procession that is dedicated to friends, families, and pets. So if so, you can see our staff at the starting point and participate from there. Next slide, please. Then also noting that we have ongoing community input channel related to emergency preparedness, both a state mandated fire hazard severity map, excuse me, as well. And that comment deadline closes on April 30th. That will then be coming to the city council following that comment period. We also have community comments open and invited on our emergency operations plan, as well as the Foothills Fire Management Plan. And that has a slightly later deadline for input of May 4th. And these options are available on our city website, paloalto.gov/wildfire discussions. And then next slide, please. Just finally, looking forward to your upcoming meetings. Next meeting is on May 5th. That will be the rollout of the proposed budget for the next fiscal year, as well as a study session on gas cap and trade revenue use, and an action item on the proposed development at 4075 El Camino Way. May 12th, the following week, we have a budget study session following the first series of hearings with the Finance Committee, as well as housing element programs and ADU ordinance adjustments. So housing related topics that evening. Then the following night or following week on May 19th, this is let's see, we will be starting early on the 19th, I believe. But again, we'll have more information on that as the date gets closer. You have pre-screenings on 2 proposed developments on San Antonio Road, as well as update on the downtown housing plan and a construction contract for the advanced water purification system. Then a number of other items listed here on May 27th through June. Just wanted to let folks know we have had some movement among dates, but we know that many of these items are issues of community interest, so wanted to just acknowledge that they will be coming between May 27th and June. With that, Mayor, that completes my comments. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the city manager? Councilmember Burt?
Yes, thank you. Under open comment tonight, we had Jeff Shore, who raised the issue about the very important upcoming decision by the San Francisco Creek Joint Power Authority on the direction on the Middle Reach program. And he had made the recommendation that there be a council study session. And as I thought about it, I think that really is important and in order. I also appreciate that we have a very full schedule the next 2 months. And so I'm not sure how it would fit in, but I would recommend and like to see if other colleagues feel the same way, but it's a pretty momentous decision and would be important for the council to be able to wade in, as well as members of the public, even though I know that the JPA will have its own public meetings.
Not sure there was a question there, but happy to take a look at it with staff and with our designee, Councilmember Stone. Take a look at the calendar and see what might fit.
Okay, thank you. So we're now going to take our break for about 15 minutes. So make that like about 12 after 8 is our intended time to return. All right, we are back from our break and we're going to move on to agenda item number 11, which is community poll number 1 for Cubberly Master Plan.
Good evening, council members. Thank you, Clerk. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director, and with me this evening is Christine Paris, the Assistant Director of Administrative Services, and we're two of several people who are working on the Cubberly project to get us to a November 2026 ballot. Next slide, please. So tonight we're going to talk just briefly about our project work plan, where we are today and what we've completed so far, and what we're going to be doing through June to advance the project. And I'm going to do a review of community meeting number 1 briefly, and then we're going to have a deeper discussion on themes related to poll number 1 for the ballot measure. So our project work plan, as you know, we're on a very condensed time frame in order to achieve our goal. We've completed several tasks so far. Most recently, we had the council visioning session in February and the first community meeting in March. Coming up, we have this meeting tonight where we'll be asking direction to initiate the first poll. We have a Parks and Rec Commission presentation tomorrow night, and we plan on releasing the poll April 28th, and then we'll come back to council in June to share the results of that poll. And then we have our second community meeting and Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. And of course, through all of those processes, we're doing constant community engagement through various means I'll be discussing at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. So community meeting number 1 was held on March 19th at Cubberly. It was attended by over 120 participants. They sat in tables of about 8 people each, so they did activities with one another instead of individually. The first activity was to look at the council's vision statement that you all developed back in February, and looked at that to see if there's any other themes or values that the community felt may not have been represented within that vision statement, or other things that they wanted to affirm that were correct within the vision statement. So some of the high-level themes we learned from the participants is they wanted a space to be flexible, inclusive of people of all ages, cultures, and abilities, that it has sustainability practices incorporated into it, and that there's long-term community engagement throughout the process. What they most valued in addition to those, one that I'd really like to point out is a place to gather. So gathering hubs for connectivity with others and to ensure, again, that there's accessibility for all people and to be able to access holistic wellness resources. They also discussed having adequate green space and affordability for Palo Alto residents. Next slide, please. The second activity had to do with programming, both indoor and outdoor. So the first, the indoor programs that we most heard of from the participants is shown here in the bar graph. We also asked participants to group similar programs together that they felt could share space or be adjacent to one another. And participants did group similar indoor programs together, which indicated to us that they saw opportunities for shared building spaces and shared programming within the facility. Next slide, please. For outdoor programs, with a similar exercise, you can see here what the most highly mentioned programs were. Really the open green space, which I think connects again to that community hub of having a place for people to gather and connect, was notable. And they did identify fewer outdoor programs that could share space, and having adjacencies of similar activities next to each other, but not necessarily in the same space. So what we learned from the first community meeting, and these activities will be used to inform the next step in the master plan, which is to develop 3 concepts. And in addition to this information, we also have all of the data that was collected from the 2019 master plan that will also be important to include. And then the third set of data that will be used to develop the concepts is results from the polling. And so if you could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to let Ms. Paras discuss the poll number 1.
Hi, good evening. Christine Paras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. Polling voter opinion on high-level themes and possible programs at the new community center is a really critical planning tool that will directly inform the upcoming community meetings and serve as the baseline for development of the master plan. And it'll provide insight into the potential success of the ballot measure. So we've engaged with FM3 to design the poll outline and the first round of polling. It's expected to be launched next week. Dave Metz, the president of FM3, will be reviewing the outline with you. And this outline was reviewed by the Cubberly Ad Hoc Committee on March 25th and April 4th. So the results from the poll will be available mid-May and presented to the council on June 9th. Dave, are you ready for your presentation?
I'm ready. All right. Well, thank you very much, Christine, and members of the council. Pleasure to be with you this evening. I'm going to walk through the organization of our first poll, which is one of a series of 3 that are planned to inform your discussions around the Cubberly project. And then happy to answer any questions and take any suggestions that the council might have. On the next slide, you'll see the sort of overall thinking behind the sequence of 3 polls that are planned here. This is the first in that series, and its goal is essentially to understand public sentiment about a variety of the building blocks that might go into a proposal that would ultimately be a ballot measure presented to the public to upgrade the community center. Based on what we find in the poll and the guidance that you provide, the second poll that we conduct will then attempt to put those pieces together into something that looks like a more fully developed proposal with a specific price tag attached to it and a set of specific improvements that it would propose to make. We'll test the viability of that structure in the second poll. It might be that there's a couple alternative structures that we test there. And then the third and final poll, should you choose to move forward, would be conducted shortly before the deadline for the council to take action to place it on the ballot, just to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information about community sentiment before you would be required to take final action. So with that overall framework in mind, here's a little bit about the structure of the first poll and the content that we have planned to include based on our discussions with the ad hoc committee to date. So on the next slide, you'll see a summary of the initial questions that we'll include in the survey. And many of the initial questions are ones that we have asked repeatedly in surveys that we've done for the city over the course of the last 20 years. Things like, do people feel the city is headed in the right direction or is it on the wrong track? What type of job do they think city government is doing in providing services to local residents? How concerned are they about a range of issues facing Palo Alto? We'll be able to provide you data that shows not just where community sentiment on these issues is today, but to compare it with where it has been over the course of the last couple of decades so that you can see which issues are growing concerns, which issues may be receding, and sort of put the current results in a little bit more context. On the right-hand side, you'll see the list of issues we plan to ask the public about in this survey to gauge their level of concern. Many of these are ones that we've asked about repeatedly in other surveys over the years, but some of them are ones that obviously dovetail directly with potential plans for the community center and maybe things that an improved community center would be structured to address. So it's kind of a mix of tracking past data and then understanding some concerns that may be relevant to the decisions you make about the community center. We'll then ask about a few questions about the community center itself, how familiar people are with it, how they feel about its condition, about the services that are provided there, and their perception of whether there is a need for additional funding to improve the community center and related services. All of that obviously will provide context for the following questions, which try to prompt local residents to think more about what some of those improvements might entail for the city. As you'll see on the next slide, we then move to a series of questions that introduce the idea that there could be a measure on the ballot to fund changes to the community center. We'll give them some descriptions of the community center's age, its current condition and uses. Note that this is property that would be purchased from the school district, which would receive and benefit from money that the city would pay in that process, and then give them some sense of what the city's broad goals might be in making these changes to the community center. With that broad framework, which won't have a specific price tag attached to it or be too precise in terms of the nature of the improvements that might be planned, we'll ask people if they're supportive of that overall vision, and then to tell us in a few words of their own why they might be for it or against it. We'll then turn to some of the objectives that might be served by making improvements at the center and ask people to rate how important they view each one as being, so we can get a sense of the rough priority that they assign to each one. You'll see a list of some of the goals that we plan on testing in that box on the right-hand side of the slide. And we'll essentially ask people to rate each of these as either extremely, very, somewhat, or not important to them personally. We anticipate that almost all of these will draw a positive reaction from the community. They're all things that people probably would like to promote to greater or lesser degrees. But what we'll be looking for is both the intensity and the breadth of the degree of importance that local residents assign to these, so that we can distinguish the ones that are things that people perhaps view as somewhat urgent versus those that they may see as nice to have, but not necessarily critical. Moving on, we'll then have a number of other questions that probe on additional uses of the center and ask people, these are less having to do with the sort of outcomes or benefits to the community that might accrue from the improvements, but more some of the specific projects or investments or facilities that might be funded by a ballot measure of the kind that we're talking about here. So you'll see a range of different services, facilities, amenities that could all be invested in through the measure. And again, we'll ask people to prioritize these so we can have a sense of which ones they see as most critically important and which ones, from their perspective, may be somewhat lesser priorities. And then the final section of the survey, as you'll see on the next slide, we'll walk through some very brief messaging, testing a series of pro and con arguments, reasons why people might want to support a measure like this, and reasons why some people might oppose it. Once people have heard those messages, we'll then re-ask their support for the broad vision of public financing for upgrading the community center, and see whether support goes up, goes down, or stays steady, and if so, if there's demographic patterns to how opinion may be changing. In the box on the right-hand side, you'll see some of the themes that may be at the heart of the messages that we'll test in the survey, and these are just sort of shorthand summaries. We'll build each out into 2 or 3 sentences, kind of making a little bit broader rhetorical case for some of the benefits that these improvements would provide. At the very end of the poll, we'll then test some questions that have to do with specific financial impacts that might come from a measure of this type. Testing different bond amounts to see if it makes a difference to the public. Testing overall willingness to pay additional taxes to support these kinds of changes, and testing a variety of different levels of financial impact that might result. Because there aren't precise financial estimates right now, we don't want to front load that information in the survey and imply that there's more certainty about what those costs may be than there is. But we thought, and I think staff thought it was important that we get some data on those questions now to inform your discussions and deliberations before we move into that second poll, where we'll start to put the pieces together. And then the final questions in the poll will be basic demographic questions, which we customarily ask in the surveys, both to make sure that we are speaking with a representative sample of Palo Alto voters, and also to facilitate our ability to analyze the results by different demographic and geographic subgroups. We will also ask some questions about people's awareness of, use of, and participation in activities relating to the center and to this planning process for making changes there, which obviously aren't part of our typical surveys, but which may help us in our analysis for this specific project. So that's a summary of the structure of poll number 1 and the major themes that we intend to investigate in it. I will stop there, hand it back to staff if they have further comments they would like to add, and then happy to answer any questions from the council.
Thank you. And if you could go back to the other presentation. And thank you. So next steps are, assuming approval tonight, the community poll would be released April 28th, and we would present the results of that to the council in June. For the master plan, we'll be developing the 3 concepts based on the poll results, the community meeting results, and also drawing from information in the 2019 master plan. And we'll present 3 concepts at the June 12th community meeting. And we are also continuing CEQA analysis at the same time. We continue our engagement efforts, quite a few things happening all at the same time. It's a pretty consistent sharing of information through tabling at city events. We have an online comment card on the project website, newsletter, utility bill inserts, and many more things. We're also looking at opportunities to build excitement for the project by doing some site activation. And what this means is involving community members, people who use Cubberly, who work at Cubberly, to activate the space through maybe painting a mural with, this is an example of their vision of Cubberly in the future. Different things that could really get people excited at the space. Maybe it's doing some movie nights or some concerts at Cubberly and getting the community to participate in activities there. So we're developing a list of different ideas we have that we're working on also with public art staff. And we'll be bringing that back to the ad hoc in May to share some of those ideas. So that concludes our presentation. The staff recommendation is here, and we can always go back to the other presentation too if you need to revisit that again. Thank you.
Okay, before we shift to the public, are there any initial questions for clarification? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
I don't think these are not clarifying questions. I'll wait until we hear them publicly.
Okay, Councilmember Liu?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one clarifying question about the scope of the poll. I just want to explicitly confirm, is this a kind of randomized telephone poll, or will this go through the mail, or is this a general survey that's open to the entire public? Just getting confirmation of that would be helpful.
I'll take that question and Dave can elaborate. It's generally a mix of online and direct phone calls with voters.
Okay, so there will be an option for people to just take the poll themselves online, or would we email them to tell them that you've been randomly selected to take this poll? Okay, I just want to confirm.
Yeah, FM3 will randomly select and target those voters and send those emails. It's not like you click a link on the website and then you're brought to the poll.
Okay, right. That's what I had thought, but I just want to explicitly confirm that. Thank you.
No worries.
My question was pretty much the same, but I'm not sure I understood the answer. Are you going to do essentially 2 sets? One, people can just find this survey and answer it, and the other is more targeted with an nth sampling technique?
Dave, mind responding?
Yeah, sure. So the methodology for the survey will be, we're going to draw a random sample of Palo Alto registered voters from the voter file, who based on their past voting behavior are considered likely to cast ballots in the November 2026 election. That's in a city like Palo Alto that has very high voter turnout. That's the vast majority of voters. We'll then reach out to that random sample of voters with online outreach, which includes both email messages and text messages. And we'll place phone calls to that same pool of voters on both landline phones and, in the vast majority of cases, wireless phones. Using all four of those methods of outreach, we'll then make sure that we're reaching a demographically and geographically representative sample of those randomly selected likely voters. It's the same methodology we've used for all the polling that we've done for the city over the course of the last decade or so. So this is not a poll that people can opt into. It is one where they have to be randomly selected and invited to participate.
That's exactly what I wanted to know, because it almost sounded with the last answer that it was both, which I'm sure the data would be separate, but this gives you more control and predictability of the outcomes.
That's correct. And obviously the city is engaging in other processes, like you've heard about the community meetings that, sure, provide much more of an open opportunity for people to weigh in. And this is a complement to that.
Yep. Okay. Vice Mayor Vinker.
Yeah, just a quick question. The staff report mentions Cubberly Fellows, and I remember hearing about them before. I don't remember the details of who they are, and I'm just wondering what the status is of them.
Sure, that's a great question. So Cubberly Fellows we used last time in this process as well. They're community members who volunteer their time to do a few things. One is they serve as table hosts during the community meetings. So they're helping to guide the activities, just making sure they're moving along, helping to answer any questions. The other role they serve is to reach out to their networks and get the word out that this project is happening, that we'd like people to come to the community meetings, that there's a way to engage online, and they can sign up for newsletters. So they're really people that are out in the community, in places that we necessarily aren't, to just get the word out about the events or the community meetings. They'll also attend some events that they might be at a farmer's market and just be handing out, the postcards or things like that.
That's wonderful. Have we started the process of identifying them, or do we have them?
We have them. We have 23.
Wonderful.
Community fellows. Many of them are teens.
Oh, terrific. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks. Let's go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Penny E.
Well, first, I just want to say I'm delighted to see that Cubberly is being reconsidered, because it is in pretty poor condition, and it's a really valuable community resource. I'm interested in finding out from the pollsters, would the data you're collecting be evaluated in terms of what quadrant of the city it comes from? Because I think that'll be relevant in terms of, people who live in different parts of the city already have available nearby certain kinds of services that they might like to have, a pool, for instance, or early childhood education. So things like that. I think that it's important to just see to understand what quadrant of the city the responses are coming from. The west quadrant of the city right at present really has no facilities at all. The southeast quadrant has Cubberly, but it's in very poor condition, and a lot of the space is being rented out to private schools at present, so not really available to the public. And I was delighted to learn recently that the gyms have reopened. Thank you for that. Nice work. So anyway, that's one thing. And then the other thing that I'm interested in is, I heard you say you're doing some SQL analysis, and I'm curious to know what you're analyzing, because we don't have a project yet. So Please, when you're available to do that, let me know. I want to say that pickleball is really loud. I live about 3 blocks away from the Mitchell Park pickleball courts, and I don't hear the tennis on those courts, but I can tell you that with my windows closed, I hear pickleball. If it's going to be at Cubberly, it needs to be indoors because people's bedrooms back up to Cubberly. So this is really important. Won't be my bedroom. I don't live that close, but I know people who do. So that's something to think about. Let's see. Early childhood education is something I didn't see mentioned here. The Palo Alto Community Child Care Center that's currently at Cubberly provides affordable early childhood education and infant care for working parents. It's a program that I used eons ago. My kids have long gone from it, but I think it's an important thing to have in South Palo Alto. And finally, we have an aging population, and I've heard talk about another lap pool, but frankly, we have a lot of lap pools in South Palo Alto at the schools. Maybe we could start using those a little better, and some private schools at the Campus for Jewish Life, at Green Meadow, at the Elks Club. But what we don't have is a warm pool. I'll wrap up really fast. Warm pool where people can do physical therapy and where there's a program. We used to have that at CAR. It's gone. We need it. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Phil M.
So good evening, council members. I'm one of the organizers of the Palo Alto Ballroom Dancers. For over 35 years, our group has held weekly dance lessons and social dances at the Cubberly Pavilion. As plans move forward with the Cubberly remodel, our group has 2 major concerns we'd like to bring to your attention. First, continuity of use during construction. If our programs are forced to shut down entirely during the remodel, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for us to restart them afterwards. Our ballroom dance group depends on continuity of participation week after week after week. This concern likely applies to many of the other long-term Cubberly users as well. To avoid disrupting our decades of community dancing, we strongly urge the city to consider a phased construction plan that allows regular users to continue operating throughout the remodel process. This would help preserve not only our programs, but also the programs of the many other long-term Cubberly user groups. Our second concern involves the features and design of the new gymnasium. The pavilion currently serves our needs well, and we hope that the new facility can match or even improve upon what we have today. Specifically, we value the following features in the pavilion. 1, excellent sound quality. Unlike other gyms at Cubberly, the pavilion has minimal echo, making it ideal for music-based activities like dance. 2, overhead mood lighting. The ability to dim bright sports lighting creates a much more inviting atmosphere for evening events. 3, a dedicated entrance and kitchen area. We use this for checking in guests, sharing flyers, and preparing light refreshments. Number 4, dedicated storage space. We use this to store our sound system and other equipment between events. All of these features should be carried forward into the new gym design. Of these, sound quality is the most important. We urge the city to ensure that the new space is acoustically suitable for music and dance, at least on par with the pavilion. In addition to preserving what we know works, we also see 2 opportunities for improvement. Number 1, air conditioning that can comfortably serve 300+ attendees. Number 2, a built-in sound system appropriate for music and public address use. While I can only speak for our group, I know that there are many other long-term users of Cubberly who likely have important feedback about the remodel. However, to my knowledge, our group has not yet been contacted about our needs, and I assume the other groups haven't been contacted either. We strongly recommend that the city formally engage these regular user groups as part of the planning process. There are 2 compelling reasons to do so. It will lead to a better, more functional design that truly meets the needs of the broader Palo Alto community. And 2, it will build community buy-in and generate enthusiasm for the new facility.
Your time is up.
Support that will be critical when the bond measure comes up for a vote next year. Thank you so much for your time and commitment to a thoughtful approach to the Cubberly design.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. We move back to the council for now questions and other interrogations. Councilmember Lithgow Ames?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for that invitation.
Yeah,
Um,
you're on.
Well, I'd love to take up a couple of questions from public commenters. This really great question for perhaps Mr. Metz about demographics. Will we be able to slice those data and understand the quadrant of the city, or even more granularly, the precinct that they represent?
Yes, Councilmember, we'll know the exact physical address of everyone we interview, which means we can slice and dice the data geographically any way that you would find helpful. The only limitation, obviously, is if we try to make it too fine-grained a division, our sample size drops to the point where the data isn't reliable. But we certainly could divide the city into 4 quadrants and analyze the data that way.
Good. I know we all agree that that's going to be a very important way to understand perspectives and to ensure that everybody's involved. The second question from the public commenter regarded CEQA. So I wonder if Director O'Kane, you could just explain what CEQA is about at this phase?
Yes, so we're very early on, and what we've initiated is consultation with the local Native American tribes, which is a requirement, and also historic resources. And really, we're at the existing conditions stage right now, not trying to analyze yet a project we don't have in place.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Metz, as a member of the ad hoc, I know I've had the opportunity to see your polling questions a few times, and I apologize because there's one slide that I think I've overlooked in the past, which was the informational themes slide, which is toward the end. The 2 populations you ask about in the informational themes, would it be possible, City Clerk, to put up that information, I don't know what number slide it is, but it was toward the end of FM3's presentation. It's got a box on the right that says informational themes. Slide 6, thank you.
Slide 6, yeah.
Okay. So the populations mentioned under informational themes. So this is sort of informational statements and final questions in the poll. And right there at the top, you see bullet 2, senior programs and activities, and bullet 3, childcare and early childhood education. Both of those are important, obviously. No other populations are mentioned, specifically age-related populations. And so I just want to be sure, since the vast majority of our residents are not seniors or children needing early childhood, or maybe they form a small majority, but there's a whole slew of other people aged 12 to 65 who I think are not included in that. And I wouldn't want to overlook them, nor give the impression, and the way this set of final questions is asked, that Cubberly would not be focusing on these other populations. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, and I think even though the sort of summary descriptions here don't call out other age groups specifically, there's a bunch of these that would apply to people of all ages, or perhaps people in more of the middle range there. You'll see we have after-school programs, which obviously applies to older children. When we talk about things like providing affordable things to do, childcare is obviously relevant to parents, not just to children. Joy and self-expression, the kinds of things we can describe would apply to people of all ages. So I think there will be ample opportunity for all residents of the city, regardless of age, to see themselves in the questions that we're asking here when they're fully fleshed out.
Okay, thank you. And then Director O'Kane, to your point about at a subsequent meeting, we will be talking about this notion of building excitement through site activation. I'm super excited about that, and also just want to let my colleagues know that I think those of us on the ad hoc are aware that there's sort of the Goldilocks. There's too little and too much, and we want to land it just right, because if we do too much activation, we might do so much that's like, hey, Cubberly's fantastic. We don't need any of these other things. But if we do too little, we will fail to convey that this is a site worth investing in, and that there is a lot of attention being paid to it. So I think we're going to want to really land on, what does signal progress is afoot, and brings people aboard the notion of really helping achieve that progress rather than, oh, we did a coat of paint, it's fine, and we're good, right? So I think that's something we're going to want everybody's feedback on and attention to make sure we land that right. That's it for me. Other than gratitude, it's so exciting to be talking about this all the time, and to hear people, the fellows and people in public comment talking about the ballroom dance. Don't mess with our ballroom dance facility. And we love the pavilion, and you can just start to feel excitement starting to bloom around this. We have such a long way to go, but you can definitely feel the momentum. So kudos and hats off to staff and to our consultants for getting us to this point today. Thank you.
I had a couple of comments. So one, I'm kind of intrigued with the methodology, or maybe it's even the philosophy that you're using of starting with what I would call negative questions. How do you rate the city, and are they going the right direction or not? That sort of could predispose certain questions. And so the second part of that question is that the intent? Because then what we do at Cubberly is going to address some of those problems. But even so, is this the best way for somebody to sit down and look at the survey and, oh, it's just a bellyache session. This is great. This is what I've been wanting to say for years. I can't ever get to city council, and there's too many lines in front of the microphone. So I'm just, you do this all the time. So I'm just really intrigued by why you do it this way.
I will say that this sort of sequence of questions and approach is absolutely the industry standard. And it's the way that we've conducted all of our research for the city in the past. The questions are written in ways where we're not asking people to presume a positive or negative outcome. We ask them if things are going in the right direction or on the wrong track. Do they have a positive or negative view of the performance of city government? And asking people some of those sort of easy warm-up questions before we get into the more difficult and sort of detailed substantive questions can warm the interviewers or the respondents up to the flow of the interview and sort of prepare their mind for when we're going to ask them some more challenging questions. And I'll say that over the years, this method, which again, it's sort of how all pollsters do this, has provided a pretty accurate barometer for where public sentiment is in terms of how they would vote on these kinds of questions when they're put before them.
I knew you needed warm-up questions and warm-up acts, but I just was intrigued by that. The second question I had is that you're going to somehow get a sense of what people might be willing to pay for these services, but what data is going to come back? Is it sensitivity analysis of very X dollars in my tax bill per year? Is it that kind of quantity that you're looking for?
Yes, that's right, Mayor. We'll have a range of different price points working with staff that we think covers the likely range of costs that ultimately residents might face. Again, without total precision, it's way too early in the process for that. But we'll ask them their willingness to pay at a variety of those price points, which will allow us to understand how much opinion shifts based on how much it costs. Sometimes we see very little price sensitivity in the range that we test, and sometimes we see more. And the goal of this initial poll is just to give you some rough sense of where that is. Once there are more specific proposals with price tags attached that you develop, in the later polls, we'll be able to give you a much more precise indication of how the public feels about that.
Yeah, perfect answer. And the last question is a bit, maybe it's slightly speculative or too future oriented, but are you basically, when you're like this, when the seniors are on here, you're asking about programs, right? Not sort of facilities. So people aren't going to presume, well, we're going to put in senior housing there, the senior programs. Is that sort of the guidelines you're going to give them?
Yeah, so we'll have questions that ask about some very specific ways that the money might be used. Some of that involves very specific facility improvements, built structures that might be provided at the site. But others will ask about the kinds of services that those facilities might make it possible to make available to the public. So we'll have questions that are asking both about physical structures and about related services that could be provided in ways that are specific enough that the public can weigh in on both.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor Vinker, I think, was up next. Oh, sorry. Councilman. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
All right, certainly. And thank you. And I think Mr. Mayor, you looked at my notes because I had the exact same question about the context questions, because they struck me as very negative also. And I think particularly in contrast to our vision statement, which is so positive. And I'm concerned that, I mean, you guys are pros. I know you know what you're doing, but I feel like this is the first impression people are going to get when you're calling them and bringing up Cubberly. And, you know, when people are asked pros and cons, they start thinking, well, what, you know, the critique often turns to what's wrong. And, you know, I know you have to do your job, but, and if, it feels, I don't want it to edge up to like a push-pull, right? Where you start asking the questions to plant the seeds of ideas. And I, you know, I just feel like if we can ask what the city can do right or put the awkward questions at the end, but I don't know. I guess you've already answered that, so I just want you to think hard about it in this context.
Challenge there, Vice Mayor. You know, again, I think the questions we're asking are, they present both positive and negative and ask people to choose between them. They're not saying, do you think things are on the wrong track? They're saying, do you think things are headed in the right direction or on the wrong track? Which again, is an introductory poll that public policy pollsters, that's the first question almost every poll that everyone in our field has been asking for 50 years. So it's a very routine question. But there's risk the other way as well. If we give people a series of positive sort of vision statements to open the poll and then ask them how they feel about these improvements, we risk getting a false positive where they'll tell us they're more supportive than they ultimately might be if they're asked to vote on a proposal on the ballot where they're just looking at that technical ballot language. And at the end of the day, our responsibility to you is to give you guidance about whether there is public support and under what conditions it might be there, where you could feel confident moving forward with the idea that the public is likely to support it. So we're trying to keep things as balanced and sort of neutral as we can before we introduce the central topic.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and obviously defer to your expertise. It just makes me nervous. But and we don't want to bias it positively, and we do want the real truth. So I think we're all aiming at the same thing. I'm trying to correlate what I was looking at online with, here we are. It's the survey outline continued slide. I don't know what number that is because on the paper version, it's not numbered, but it's the goals for the center. So none of the words sports or athletic or physical fitness are there. And I believe it's been a while since I'm not on the ad hoc since we had our council session on this, but I believe the phrase community wellness was thought of as encompassing that. But I wonder whether we might not call that out more specifically as a goal before moving on to the more specific uses like pickleball, tennis, and a gym, which I do see, you know, in the next slide. Because if people think that's missing, I think people think of that as one of the many lovely attributes of Cubberly. And, you know, so I'm wondering about what the thinking is there about not using words like athletics or sports or physical fitness for our goals.
Yeah, we could absolutely add that. I think that's a fair point, Vice Mayor.
Okay, that's great. And then I made my notes and I didn't say which slide it was on. When we talk about gyms, I can't remember which. Anyway, wherever it is. There's also, and I don't know, this may be too granular for what you're doing now, but when we think of gyms, there's different types of uses. There's sort of the team use where part of the goal is working, you know, playing with people and you do sports like volleyball or basketball versus a gym where you go lift weights or take a yoga class and it's an individual. I show up and I'm doing something. It's with other people, but I'm not in a sporting environment. So are we kind of looking at both? Because I think that those two different uses of a gym resonate with different people.
I would say yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a question for staff?
Anybody.
Okay, well, I'll start. From our master plan perspective, the idea is that gym space would be flexible. So for many uses, you could do basketball, badminton, volleyball. You could have like you said, a yoga class or an aerobics class. So all of the spaces that we're planning for will have that flexibility and be able to adapt to all different types of programs.
Yeah, I think the one exception might be weight rooms and with machines and things that you're not going to be, bringing in and out. So that's just, and some people say, when I'm going to go to the gym, that's what they're doing. So I think that may be we may want to look at more specifically. And then just a general comment, and then I'll stop because my time's up. I definitely want to make sure we have feedback from all the different parts of the city. I appreciate that comment by my colleagues. And I definitely think we need to think about what is redundant proximally, some of the pools, things that Penny mentioned. But I think generally, I don't think of this as what amenities go to South Palo Alto. I think of them as what amenities go to the city, because I have spent a ton of hours at Cubberly over the year, and I hope to spend more. And I live in North Palo Alto, and we need to get voters from all over the city to support this. So yes, we should look proximally at what's easy to get to there and not. But I think what is it we want for our city is kind of the lens I use on this. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Overall, I think this looks great. I'm excited. I think the milestones are great, and I'm excited that we can make progress against them on a fast timeline that we have to hit. I'm also glad that we're looking at this stage at a lot of people's kind of needs and problems and wishes, and not going too far ahead into the final solutions or projects. But I think I do have a couple questions in that vein that I just want to understand. So speaking with a former council member, Councilmember Cormack, who ran similar polls or advanced the Mitchell Park Library, there was some conversations about how benefits to the downtown library, I believe, in North Palo Alto was also an important part of that package to get support of the entire city. And I'm glad that we can collect data at a granular precinct or like geographic level. But has there been any consideration on when the right time is to ask about whether we need or should have any other projects that kind of come along with this project also?
Sure, I'll take a try at that. So I definitely think that is, well, it's something that we've talked about initially just among staff. I think it's probably a conversation to be decided later, or a decision to happen later once we get our initial polling results. I don't know, Dave, if you have anything to add to that.
No, I think, the fact that we have a series of 3 polls here means that we will have opportunities later on if, based on your continuing conversations, there's some other sort of companion effort that makes sense to introduce. I think for this first poll, while things are still at a very early stage, we're mainly just focused on getting a baseline of public opinion about Cubberly itself and these surrounding issues. But we'll have plenty of opportunity to sort of expand that scope if it feels appropriate in the later stages.
Yes, I think well, my take, and this is early, is that depending on the results of this poll, maybe the right time is to sketch out some concepts and think about that for poll 2, given the timeline, I think, for poll 3 is quite far along. Another kind of tricky question, the poll does talk about school district benefits and how that is an issue that like we want to make sure that our school districts really benefit from this purchase and from this bond. Similarly, has there been any thought about when we and if we might get feedback from the school district on language that they might be comfortable with or specific improvements that they might be interested in with any proceeds?
I'd say that's an ongoing conversation. At this point, we have not heard definitively that we will get a set of projects per se that would be identified as a part of the use of the proceeds. So I once again would say that that's a conversation in progress.
Thank you. And one last question. Just to confirm my understanding of the question about that Mayor Lowing asked about taxes and bonds and amounts. I don't have a deep understanding of what our options are here, but tax is presumably referring to a parcel tax, well, also with the option to do a tax of like X dollars per $1,000 of assessed value, right? So if those are both options, will we ask questions about, I guess, price tolerances for those different structures as well?
Sure. At this point, again, I think we're really just trying to get a general sense of the voter sentiment. And as we go forward into the subsequent stages, would want to make that more precise in conjunction with the master plan concepts as well.
Okay. I think it's worth getting more precise later in the sense that if we are asking, if we are floating specific numbers in this poll, those numbers could be totally different if it's a parcel tax versus based on assessed value. And I'm not sure which one might be more regressive or less regressive, but I think that's a consideration for us too. So those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, first, I'd like to follow on to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, who's chair of the Cubberly Committee. The comment she made about what we don't know about how voters would respond to sprucing up Cubberly at this time versus leaving it the way it is, and whether cleaning and landscaping and maybe some creative painting would build enthusiasm, or would it diminish the sense of need? I think people use the space, know the buildings are in great need. There's pretty universal acceptance of that. Whether we will have to rebuild them all or be able to get voters to support the dollar amount that would allow us to rebuild them all, we don't know. And that's part of what this first poll and then the second poll are going to inform for us. But I do think that's something that we want to be thinking about a lot, because we're on a tight time frame if we're going to put this on November 2026. And if we're thinking and anticipating sequentially that we only begin to think about that next step after we get this poll, that we only think about what we might offer other areas of the city geographically, even if it's a small benefit compared to the dollars that go in here, how do we bring their support onto the poll? I think we need to be thinking in parallel because we're not going to have enough time to go in sequence here. Now, I will say that we also are facing a period, I don't think Dave went into this, but he has a lot of experience polling in Palo Alto, working with us for a long period of time. This is not a highly favorable period of time right now for looking for new tax measures. By November 2026, we may have a changing sentiment. Could be for the better, could be for the worse. And I think we have to recognize that's what we're facing. But if we are trying as hard as we can to lay the groundwork for November 2026, we've got to do more things in parallel right now. I do want to emphasize that as Councilmember Liu mentioned, during the library bond, the real advocates for the Metro Park Central Library were pretty determined to put all the focus on that project. And two successive polls showed that only if there were some things thrown at North Palo Alto, which wasn't only downtown library, it was actually more significantly improvements to the Rinconada Library, but both things. The polling showed that measure wouldn't have passed. And my memory is, and I think it still holds true, North Palo Altans tend to vote more and support taxes more than South Palo Altans. Not night and day difference, but it matters on a close race. So where those benefits might go, I think we need to start doing some brainstorming, and even some things that come to mind may not be purely North Palo Alto. Ventura we have 3 community centers in Palo Alto, 4. We have 4 community centers. Rinconada, Lucy Stern, Mitchell, the new one, Cubberly, and Ventura. And we don't think about Ventura much at all. And I will note that just for those who insist that South Palo Alto gets the short end, 3 of those 4 are in South Palo Alto. We actually have 3 district parks, Rinconada, Greer, and Mitchell. 2 of the 3 are in South Palo Alto. That doesn't mean all the benefits are in South Palo Alto, but I think we so often hear a refrain that everything's in the north. And in those very major ways, it's not the case. And I would support looking at Greer. We've had a skate park that's been talked about for years. Ventura is really dilapidated, and we can't rebuild it probably off the funding, but we could spruce it up. It's been needing that for a long while. So think about those things right as soon as we can. So those are my thoughts, but they don't change the intention of this poll, but I wanted to make sure that we and staff are thinking ahead of just moving forward with this poll, and then we're going to then start thinking about things that we in fact could be thinking on right now. Thanks.
Any other comments on direction? Oh, there we go. Councilman Rectal.
Yeah, quick question about the polling. Is the purpose here to find out whether people support these uses? When I'm looking, like, for example, on slide 5, where you list all those different potential uses. Is the goal to find out whether people support that, or the priority, how strongly they feel about each one?
It's the latter, Councilmember. The goal will be to understand how, in relative terms, how the importance that they assign to each one.
Okay, good. I'm worried about people saying, yes, 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 I want this, and we don't distinguish, and it doesn't really help us for messaging.
Yeah. I think on all these lists, it is likely that, if we offered Palo Altans all of these benefits, they would enthusiastically say yes. So it's a question of seeing which ones they view as, in relative terms, the most urgent or important.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think that is all the direction. Happy polling.
So
Thank you very much.
would like a motion to advance the poll, to actually conduct the poll. That's the staff recommendation.
Okay, because of economic considerations, or?
We will proceed. Absent direction to the contrary, we can proceed. So I'm good with it. As we see any concern.
Okay.
We'll charge forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. The last item for this evening is item number 12, which is a professional service contract with Lloyd Consulting to conduct a comprehensive turf study for a period of 6 months, exempt under CEQA. And staff is going to give a presentation.
Yes.
Right.
Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background. As you know, this is approval of a contract with Lloyd Consultants, otherwise referred to as Lloyd Sports and Engineering. It's not Lloyd Turf and Landscaping, which I think some community members have Googled and have been confused as to which group we're suggesting we contract with. So this was originally a consent item in January, and it was pulled, and so we're hearing it tonight. I'll provide a little bit of background and talk about the scope and how we've reduced it from the January consent item to now. So as you likely know, we manage 4 synthetic fields at 3 locations. So that's El Camino Park, Stanford, Palo Alto Community Playing Fields, also known as Mayfield. There's 2 fields there, and Cubberly, which has 1 field. All 3 have turf replacement projects upcoming. El Camino was designed in 2024. Construction was planned for 2025, and this project was deferred during the fiscal year 25 budget process. Mayfield design and construction is happening in 2025. We expect the contract for that construction contract to go to council in June. And Cubberly is scheduled roughly for 2028 for replacement. Again, council directed staff during the budget process to pause El Camino Park turf replacement project and instead redirect project funding for a turf study. Next slide, please. So the study objectives are to evaluate synthetic turf and natural turf for athletic fields. The focus will be on environmental and health considerations, the cost to construct and maintain both, and usability for field users. We have went through a formal process, RFP process, and selected Lloyd Consulting to help us with the study. Like I said, we have since reduced the study or the scope of work for Lloyd to conduct some of the work in-house. We feel like the combination of our staff expertise and our consultant provides a very balanced approach of local knowledge and comprehensive analysis and best practices in the industry. We did submit a supplemental report on Friday, and in that report, we discuss an alternative option, which would be to refine the scope to evaluate turf replacement at El Camino Park only, which would include product recommendations, meaning what type of turf would be best at El Camino Park. Next slide, please. So the original turf study scope of work is here. It is very comprehensive, includes, like I said, environmental and health considerations, playability costs for both converting fields and maintenance costs. We will also be doing community outreach and stakeholder engagement to understand public sentiment around both types of fields, and data collection and then analysis. Next slide, please. So we revised the turf study scope. The original budget was $233,000. We've revised it and reduced it to about $161,000. The Santa Clara County Public Health Department has done a fairly recent literature review of environmental and health impacts of artificial turf, and we feel like we can utilize much of that study. We will add anything that has been published since that time, but we'll really don't need to reinvent the wheel with that research. We've shifted the community engagement effort and analysis of maintenance to city staff, so that helped reduce the scope, and then just did a small reduction in project management costs. Next slide, please. So next steps will be to finalize the scope if that is needed. We will continue, or not continue, we will start community and stakeholder engagement through a project webpage, surveys, a community listening session, and engage with the Parks and Recreation Commission. And then we would return on a separate tract, return to council in June with a contract to replace the turf and the base at Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields. This was discussed in the Finance Committee meeting in last May when we were doing the budget And we talked about how that field, those two fields there are in dire need of being replaced soon. And so we are proceeding with that contract bid to do the construction. We are looking into different products for the synthetic turf and feel like we have fairly certain on the product type we plan to use. It is PFAS free. It is still synthetic, understand that, would have cork infill. We are doing some internal studies to confirm that the product is actually PFAS free. And we're also looking into the best way to either recycle or repurpose the turf that's there now. Another consideration is the best time to do the construction to minimize impact to the existing field users. Next slide, please. So here's the staff recommendation. The original recommendation would be to approve and authorize the city manager to execute the contract with Lloyd Consulting Group to develop the turf study. And then the alternative recommendation here, as described in the supplemental report, was to authorize the city manager to negotiate a new scope with Lloyd Consulting Group to focus just on the turf replacement at El Camino Park. And why that's important is El Camino is also in need of being replaced very soon. And so if the council wasn't confident or comfortable in doing the full study for all the fields, this would be a reduced scope to just focus on El Camino Park as the next project that's coming up. Next slide, please. And that is it for my presentation. And we're here to answer questions. And I apologize, I didn't introduce my colleague, Sarah Robustelli, who is the division manager for Parks, Open Space, and Golf.
Okay, I just want to reiterate for the public that's watching what the goals are here tonight. Was clearly in your slides, but I just want to underscore that the item tonight is only about a possible contract. We're not taking any votes on any fields, construction or otherwise. And the emphasis, as it said in the staff report, is that the choice between turf fields and grass fields is sort of the emphasis. And secondly, we have to talk about what information we think we still need to make the best decision on doing turf versus grass. When this issue comes up. And then thirdly, as we've heard in some public comment, how do we get that information? Is it staff analysis? Is it outside consultant? Is it published research? Is it all of the above? Is it other? You know, how do we get that? And then, of course, inevitably, every project has a cost, so we want to evaluate the cost. So in terms of our discussion tonight, that's what this is about. So we can start with some questions. Any topical questions for staff, or let's say technical questions before we take public comment? No? Yes. Councilmember Richter.
The Santa Clara County, when was that, in end of January, had this big meeting about artificial turf. And there they made the claim that artificial turf provided 3.5 times as much playtime as natural turf. And what's staff's opinion?
We estimate for our fields that it's about 3 times more playing field with synthetic versus natural grass.
And is that, how much does that do to rainy season having to close down the fields, and how much does that do to just have to, even during dry season, limiting the play?
I'm not sure I have that. We have it broken down in that way, but it is a combination of that. So when it's raining, fields need to be closed down to keep them protected and not damaged. And then we also need to rest the field. So it could be like a 2-month period. For example, the Cubberly grass fields, they are closed for 2 months so we can do work and improve them. And so they also have time to rest from playability. So it's really a combination.
Okay. Can you talk about the relative cost? If I was going to resurface, let's say El Camino Park, with new turf, artificial turf, as opposed to ripping it up and putting in grass and seeding it and getting it ready? What would be the relative cost between those two?
Well, that's what we're hoping that this study will tell us. So we can tell you what it costs to put in new synthetic turf because that's what we've traditionally done, but we haven't done a turf conversion project before.
Okay, so roughly what would be artificial turf?
Per field, is it $1 million, $1.5 million per field, depending on the extent of how deep they have to go, whether it's just the turf or the base below it.
Okay. And how much time would that take to replace? Do you have a guess on either one?
So for Mayfield, those two fields would take about 2 months.
For artificial turf? And
For artificial turf.
Do you have an estimate for natural turf?
No.
Okay.
Well, generally, we have an estimate. It could be anywhere from 18 months to 24 months. And that includes starting from design to contracting out the entire process. If it's just doing the actual work of digging it up and placing in the turf, that's about 6 months.
Okay.
So it's a much longer process.
Much longer. Okay, thank you. And we have history, you know, we've had these artificial turf fields for a long time, and we also have a lot of natural turf. So what's the ongoing maintenance? Is it roughly the same, or is it how they compare?
The maintenance it's different. We currently maintain grass fields at the schools, the elementary schools and the middle schools as part of our field use agreement. But I don't think they get nearly the playing time that we would have at, say, El Camino Park or at Mayfield, where you see people there all day and into the evening. So again, this is an outcome of the study that we're hoping to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yep, thank you. Kristen, you mentioned that we're looking at contracting with Lloyd Consulting rather than their turf and landscape company. Do you know the relationship between the two? Because I'll just say when I go to the website on Lloyd Consulting, I get one combined website for their consulting and their construction administration and engineering. And it appears to be one company, but maybe two different divisions in a company. Is that essentially the case?
Well, there's lloydengineers.com, which is their website, and that's their sports and engineering. I just wanted to point out that other piece because we have had confusion. Lloyd Turf and Landscaping is in California. Lloyd Engineers is in Arizona. They're unrelated companies. They just happen to have the first name, the name of Lloyd in them.
Okay. All right, thank you. And when we look at all the list of pros and cons, one of the things, and I say this as one of the people who was on Finance Committee and really wanted to reconsider and make sure we were making right decisions before we went into a 10-year decision on something that certainly what we found over the last decade is that with the materials that were being used predominantly, there were some very serious public health and environmental impacts. As you noted, on the Mayfield site, you're looking at, you said a cork infill, and then now a PFAS-free grass. Those are two big advancements over what we have currently and most others have had up until recently. So that's some very significant progress. And I don't know how much of this we've learned over the last year, because when we asked almost a year ago, that information wasn't available to us. and how much of it is just progress in the field that's being driven by a recognition that they had some real problems, serious problems. So that is good to hear that there's that much progress there. And I, out of fairness to the pros and cons, I haven't heard us talk about when synthetic turf was getting sold to everybody 10 to 20 years ago. I don't know when we really started making that movement as on public fields. A lot of it was sold as a huge water savings and a savings in fertilizer and the bad public health benefit of herbicides, basically Roundup type materials, which we've come to know more and more are also serious public health matters and environmental detriments. So out of fairness, I want to make sure that we're looking at the detriments of big green grass fields that are weed-free and lush, and they don't grow naturally that way. Grass naturally has weeds, and it's not as lush and green as we would like. And we have these that green of fields and that weed-free because folks who maintain those fields have to use weed killer and fertilizers to make them that good. So I just want an objective look at this. I will say that a year ago, my first inclination was being adverse to moving forward with replacing synthetic turf with synthetic turf based upon the problems that had existed over the last decade. Now I think it's a more complex issue. And there's some people in the community who are not going to be happy to hear me say that, but I think objectively that's the reality. So I'm going to be interested in hopefully seeing a really apples to apples kind of comparison. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Councilmember Rectal asked most of my questions. I guess wanted to clarify the study. Will the study include organic grass fields in addition to natural turf?
Are you referring to how we manage the field, organic versus, because natural grass is organic?
Well, there is my understanding from some, like they believe it was the Sierra Club, and maybe they'll speak to it as well, that there are kind of different ways in which other cities around the world have managed the type of natural turf that goes in, and sort of a organic grass field is a different type. I am by no means an expert, but looking forward to learning more.
Sure. So I'm assuming it means, can you manage the turf in such a way that you don't have to use pesticides, herbicides, a lot of fertilizers, things like that? So we can definitely have our consultant look into that as a comparison. If I'm sure there's many different ways that a natural grass turf field could be managed. I'm not sure they'll be able to touch on all of those in comparison, but probably looking at like what is the best option to get the most playability, because that's really the biggest concern with natural grass.
All right, the mayor has given me permission to call on myself, so I will do that. I know, it's a palace coup right now. No, I'm having a little, I'll say deja vu and not PTSD, but from when, gosh, 15, almost 20 years ago when I was general counsel of women's professional soccer, we spent a lot of time on field specifications. So I'm kind of flashing back to that, but with the full knowledge that field technology has changed a lot in the last 15 years. I've learned that it's changed even more in the last few years. And I know we corresponded a little bit about this, but I wanted to lift up to my colleagues and the public that the question isn't as binary as I thought, grass versus synthetic. There are these hybrid turf products. And I understand that can be within the scope of this analysis. And if not, I would really encourage that we do. I think that was the import of your response. And they really, really intrigue me because they combine real grass with artificial grass blades. And they literally stitch into the ground these artificial blades. And then the grass will grow around it and have an infrastructure that holds it there and makes the fields more durable, and they can have more hours of use. But it's going to depend on a whole lot of stuff still. It'll probably be somewhere in between. But a lot of these are 90% grass. And so you may still have the synthetic fibers could be polypropylene or polyethylene, so you get the microplastics, but you're not getting, those are PFAS free, the PP and the PE. But it's only going to be less than 10% of the field. So it might be something that is a nice hybrid, but I don't know about cost. It would require the same kind of, tear up the synthetic and put this stuff down. Obviously, there'd be different maintenance. But I'm really, really interested in it because of some of the sustainability goals of our city and having the green infrastructure that we seek. And how durable it is, whether that, if it takes the 3x down to, 1.5x, maybe it's not so great. But if it's 2.5 versus 3, maybe it's not that big of a deal. So I am very, very curious about this, at some of these products. And I know that there's at least one coming out where the artificial blades are also organic. So I don't know if there's some bamboo or some other thing, and I think that's coming on to, so it may be possible that we have no plastics and have this hybrid thing that's a little more durable. And part of the durability, as has been mentioned, is due to water, both watering and drainage. And there's also technology that helps that. There's these drainage systems you can install and put under the turf where the rainwater goes through more quickly in the rainy season, but it's captured and can keep the roots wet in the dry season. And there are a lot of fields that then have healthier, more durable root systems. And so they also can have longer hours of play. Maybe this is beyond our cost abilities. Maybe not when you think of, the savings in, watering and various things. But I know it's more work. I really want us to look at that because it may be a little bit of a have your cake and eat it too situation. So that's what I wanted to lift up tonight is maybe we don't look at this so much as binary and maybe we can find something suitable for our city. It's been used in different parts of the world. It's been used in the East Coast. It's been used at more professional levels when they have perhaps different budgets than we. But if you look at, a variety of things like the organic turf you were talking about, if you have less pesticides, herbicides, if you have water retention, who knows, maybe it's something we can afford, or maybe we can afford it on a couple of the fields. Because I think that the report said we have 4 turf fields we manage, and 2 of them are getting redone in synthetic turf now. So we're only talking 2 fields, right? So maybe we could try it for the 2 fields. But it's a total of 4 and 3 locations. So at 1 location, the 2 fields are going to be replaced with turf this year. So that only leaves 2, right? Yeah. So we're halfway, this decision is halfway done for us already. And so I'm just hopeful that maybe on the other 2, we could try. And how many grass fields do we manage now that aren't really part of this conversation?
Well, every elementary school and 3 middle schools and Cubberly, all the parks, all the neighborhood parks.
To put this in context, it's kind of like most of them are grass, 4 are turf, 2 are going to be synthetic anyway. So we're talking about 2 fields. If we could afford to experiment a little bit on 2 fields, maybe some of our other grass fields could go that way. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I just want to encourage that gets looked at because I think, again, the innovation theme that the mayor keeps bringing, this may be an instance where it's helpful. Thank you.
More questions or?
council member in Sydney, they incorporated large amounts of organic matter into the ground, which helped the root structure and allowed the grass to be more durable. So I think that's what they were talking about by using the term organic.
Okay, let's go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Amanda M.
Hi, guys. My name is Amanda McMaster. I'm the president of the board of directors for Palo Alto Soccer Club, and I, along with our 2,000 members, really want to remind you how strongly we oppose a ban on turf fields. A similar study to what is being proposed here today with the aim to ban turf was already conducted at the county level, and all motions failed to pass. Spending $100,000 on another study is money that could be put to better use, enriching the lives of Palo Alto kids. I know firsthand how banning turf will harm youth health, both as a current club administrator and as a former Palo Alto player. I personally would not be where I am today without Palo Alto turf fields. I grew up playing at El Camino, Mayfield, and Cubberly turf, and being able to play year-round on these exact same fields allowed me to compete at the highest level right here in our city. It earned me a college scholarship where I was not only able to continue playing the sport I fell in love with as a child, but it also gave me a college education at one of the top 10 universities in the country. The city should be looking for ways to create more turf fields to allow all Palo Alto kids the same opportunities that I had growing up. Turf companies have made substantial improvements by using recycled materials, eliminating PFAS, and focusing on sustainability. The claim that artificial turf poses health and injury risks is nothing more than a misconception. The data suggests that grass fields pose a greater threat due to uneven surfaces and irregular maintenance. As club leaders, we see how these injuries happen very commonly on grass fields in Palo Alto. Another effect that artificial turf has on physical health is that it allows children to gain access to an environment where they can properly exercise. 20% of children currently suffer from obesity. Taking away fields will limit their ability and desire to get out and play with their friends in a way that is productive to their long-term health. We argue that in addition to the physical health benefits, artificial turf is also better for the environment. Turf fields have an increased usability up to 4 times that of grass fields and can withstand this use with minimal maintenance. Unlike grass fields, turf can endure year-round play, which is particularly important during the rainy seasons as well as the winter months. As a club, we have felt these effects as our home field at Cubberly was closed and fenced off by the city from November all the way till the beginning of March. You talked about the Cubberly project in the last agenda item. I would suggest that not only keeping the existing turf fields, but transforming all fields into turf fields so that children have more opportunity to play not only soccer, but other sports as well. Taking away kids' ability to exercise and play with their friends every time the weather is poor would be an incredible loss and disruption to city members, as well as a major unpredictable inconvenience. I hope you consider the thousands of kids in Palo Alto that a turf ban will hurt physically, mentally, and socially. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Angela, followed by Herbert P.
Good evening. Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep,
Okay.
you're good.
Good evening. I am very heartened to hear that sustainability and health are important to the council members. I urge you to look closely at research that has already been done rather than spending money unnecessarily on researching the different merits of turf, artificial turf, and natural grass turf. And not to forge ahead with artificial turf, considering its deleterious effects on the health of children, athletes, and the environment. TURI, for example, is an independent government agency with a mandate to help protect workers, communities, and the environment from toxic chemicals and pollution, goals that align with your own goals as city council members. I have sent to you all links to some of TURI's meticulously researched, balanced, and unbiased studies comparing artificial turf with natural grass. Spoiler alert, it turns out that natural grass is safer for athletes, far better for the environment, and much less expensive than artificial turf, partly because artificial turf must be replaced every 8 to 10 years. If sustainability is one goal, then replacing a field every 10 years is not a great idea. I encourage you to peruse their excellent research before the Tory's excellent research before paying a for-profit company, one that might not have public and environmental health as its priorities, to replicate what has already been done by more than one independent research organization. I also encourage you to reach out to the Millbrae City Council members who last year decided to prohibit all artificial turf landscaping in their city. In their words, they made this decision to protect and enhance the health, safety, and general welfare of residents, and to protect the water quality of our watercourses, water bodies, and wetlands in a manner pursuant to and consistent with the state and federal regulations and permits, including the Clean Water Act. Since you too care deeply about the health of the public and the environment, perhaps you can take a look at the studies they used to make their decision rather than vote to pay city money to a for-profit company for research that has already been done. So thank you very much for all your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Herbert P. Moving to our next speaker, Andrea W.
Give me 1 second, please. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I'm calling in this evening representing Community for Natural Play Surfaces. We strongly believe that plastic ground coverings, artificial turf, and PIP playgrounds are a true hazard to all and should be avoided at all costs, especially since natural products are readily available and do work. There is way too much toxic, non-sustainable, non-recyclable plastic already in our environment. Why would anyone consider adding more? There is sufficient info already available as to all the hazards of artificial turf. There is also substantial info regarding how to create great natural grass athletic sports fields. The money you are considering spending on a study issue would be better spent on understanding natural grass options and hopefully organic, regenerative maintenance practices. Per the staff slide for replacement of artificial turf at Stanford Palo Alto community playing fields, please note, there is no such thing as PFAS-free artificial turf. And if you're planning on testing it, I sure hope you don't use an agency that is manufacturing it because you may not get the results you really are looking for. And even cork infill is not a healthy, sustainable product. Cork needs lots of water so it doesn't dry out and lose its ability to cushion. And when it rains, cork does float off the fields. Also mentioned was recycling or repurposing of the old artificial turf field. Recycling is not happening, and even repurposing does not happen for all the artificial turf that is being pulled up. With the correct type of grass and organic regenerative maintenance of fields, the usage of natural grass can come much closer to what one thinks they can get on artificial turf. Don't forget that with periods of longer and hotter weather, the ability to use the artificial turf fields will be greatly impacted because they get way too hot. I truly hope that you will take all this info previously supplied to you by myself and others and comments being presented this evening and do what community members are urging you to do. Do not fund the study issue and simply spend the time and money instead to create beautiful, sustainable, healthy, natural grass fields. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claire E.
Hello, my name is Claire Elliott, and I'm a member of the Ventura community. And I want to thank you all for your service to the community and for the opportunity to speak. So I would also like to encourage you to spend the money elsewhere than on a contract with Lloyd. I strongly believe there are plenty of data to show synthetic turf's negative impacts, especially when you look at the cradle to grave impacts. So when we're talking about the expense of synthetic fields, we ought to be adding in the expense of the cradle impacts, which includes things like drilling for oil, fracking perhaps, processing that oil into plastics, making the plastics into the backing materials and the grass layers, manufacturing urethanes and acrylics used to coat the poured in place layers. The installers have to use acrylic switch off gas toxic work. So all the workers in all of these steps are being exposed and cost and that is a cost that we don't take into consideration. And that's just the cradle aspects. So the grave aspects include the materials all needing to be replaced every 8 to 10 years. And one report says that each field produces about 40,000 pounds of plastic carpet waste and about 10 times that for the infill material, which I guess it depends on what you're using for infill. But our local Ventura Boulware Park, they use plastic coated sand grains, which is basically a manufactured microplastic, which is not a healthy thing. And some of it got spilled on the sidelines where birds could be picking it up and be toxic to birds as well as children. So, and then where does that material all end up? Well, apparently there's some reuse of some of it, but eventually it all gets disposed of. And there is no, in Denmark, apparently there's one company that is recycling it, but that's a very small amount of the overall material. In the US, millions of pounds of this stuff are being stockpiled, sometimes on farms and wetlands and in riverbeds. You can find evidence of all of that in the news. Sometimes the turf piles catch on fire and spew toxic waste into the air. So thank you for all of your good comments. I do think that organically managed grass fields with good drainage, I just recently learned the rugby field at Stanford is an ideal case in point to look at how good drainage can avoid muddy conditions and extend the play time. So yeah, I hope that we find that we can move forward with that kind of an answer. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Sue. Sue, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Okay. Hello, council members. This morning, I read an article about how microplastics have been found in the placenta and embryos of stray cats. Recently, there has been a lot of news about how microplastics have been found in human tissues, especially in our brains. Scientists have found that micro and nanoplastics can easily cross the blood-brain barrier, causing inflammation associated with memory loss, dementia, behavioral changes, and other adverse conditions. The key point here is that even if artificial turf no longer has forever chemicals and other toxins, the fact remains that it is an unrecyclable plastic substance that would contribute to the global explosion of plastics in our air, water, soil, and in our bodies. The harms to the environment and to biodiversity should be alarming to people who care. Plastic grass heats up quickly, poisons waterways, and reduces biodiversity by killing local habitats and wildlife. We urge you to apply the precautionary principle by prioritizing health and environmental protection above all the factors you will be considering, such as playtime and maintenance costs, etc. Once you prioritize factors, you will not need to spend $160K for a study that uses information that is already out there in the public domain. Prioritizing factors stems from one's values, not from a study that will automatically reveal which factors are more important. A recent comprehensive study by Montgomery County in Maryland on synthetic turf versus natural grass had a lot of positive things to say about the practical advantages of artificial turf. But the authors ended their study by saying that the negative impacts to the environment and to the health of users from the use of synthetic turf raise serious concerns. Due to these negative impacts, we recommend that the county prioritize the use of natural grass fields, and investments should be made to ensure that natural fields are constructed and maintained using best practices. I urge you to join them and a growing number of municipalities that have banned artificial turf. Finally, Researching organically managed grass fields is very important, as case studies on the East Coast and in Australia have shown very promising results, as these fields can offer ample playtime without the risk of exposing people and our earth, to the serious risks of plastic pollution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Herb P.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Herb Perez. I am a 1992 Olympic gold medalist and served on the Olympic Board of Directors for a period of 20 years. And I was the head of designing stadiums and fields, as well as researching the same for the Olympic Committee and the Olympic Council of Asia. I'm calling on behalf of Palo Alto Soccer Club and SVSA, which is Silicon Valley Soccer Club, where my son is an athlete and has been for the past 4 years. In my past existence, past 10 years, I served as an elected official. I'd like to thank all the elected officials for their time tonight, to take the time to listen to the voice of some of us that use the fields on a daily basis. The Palo Alto Soccer Club and its staff has designed an amazing program for young athletes that benefits the community of Palo Alto and its surrounding member cities. And by way of example, my son, who was on the second best city for fields, which is Foster City, with 25 parks, and we spent recently $50 million up doing those. We chose to go with synthetic fields and replace synthetic fields with synthetic fields after doing an exhaustive study with regard to CEQA and other considerations for water conservation. And I sat on the council at that time as the mayor and as a council member, and also a member of Park and Rec for about 7 years. In our studies, we found that synthetic fields offer the value of playability, which has been discussed. They, in fact, do not have the same impacts, and the studies these days prove that the impacts relative to the chemical concerns of the past decade are unfounded. So I would beg to differ with a number of the speakers. But I want to give you an example of one young man who happens to be my son, who just recently, as a result of Palo Alto, its staff, and its excellent service to the community, he most recently got committed to an Ivy League school because of soccer and because of Palo Alto, which we will be eternally grateful for. Without the staff and the ability for the young people of Palo Alto and the surrounding communities, children like this would have been overlooked and not get the opportunities that some of them do get, and in fact do benefit from. It would be a shame to limit the playability for the fields, for not only for soccer, but for some of the other sports that use it. And as somebody who spends pretty much every day, at least for a couple of hours on those fields, it would be a shame to see those children not have the same opportunities, because it also serves the surrounding communities and certainly some of the underserved communities like East Palo Alto children. So as you go through this, and I respect your time that you'll have to spend on this, I would ask you to look cautiously at the materials and look at it from 3 lenses. 1 being playability, 2 being community and community service, and then finally 3, sustainability. And I think when you look through it through those lenses, you'll come to the same conclusion that we did as a city council in our 25 parks. We continue to replace our fields with synthetic turf. Thank you for your time in advance.
Our next speaker is Jeff G.
Good evening, Mayor Lang and council members. Jeff Greenfield speaking on my own behalf. In addition to serving on the Parks Commission for the past 9 years, I've been an active member of our local soccer community for nearly 30 years as a player, coach, team manager, and league board member and president. Currently, as a referee, I'm regularly on our playing fields, both synthetic and grass, and those at neighboring parks, middle schools, high schools, and community colleges. I'm very familiar with our community soccer fields and related issues. I also consider myself a strong environmentalist, as my Parks Commission record reflects. My biggest concern is the timeline for replacing fields at Mayfield and El Camino. With all due respect, I'm not clear what the point of the study is. I know the Finance Committee directed staff to pursue this last May, but the landscape has changed a lot since then. Nearly everything in the study scope, as outlined in the original study final presentation list, is information already known to staff, like current conditions, playability and maintenance, or details covered in the county report that's been referenced, like health hazards and environmental impact. We've heard that artificial turf's durability allows for 3 times more playing time than grass. I'll add that maintaining grass fields in Palo Alto has always been challenging. Field quality has always been an issue to the point that in the past, some partner organizations have coordinated with the city to contribute thousands of dollars per year directly for third-party field maintenance. The rugby field at Stanford is closed right now has been for the past few weeks for rest time. Our current playing field capacity is about right. Aside from the shortage of lighted practice fields, we're doing pretty well. There is no perfect solution. If we plan to maintain our current field capacity, any change of course will take many years to implement, and we don't have that time right now. The infill material used at El Camino in 2015 and Mayfield in 2016 for the redo, which was done a couple years late, unfortunately is not rated properly for our geography. During the warm months, the infill material melts and forms large globs. Staff's done admirable work to address this as best they can, but the bottom line is these fields are past end of life. They're some of the uniquely worst playing fields in the region. They're in desperate need of replacement, which keeps getting pushed back further and further. The ultimate solution doesn't exist today. Things are getting better, but we're still waiting for a technology breakthrough. Hire a consultant to compile a report if that's what you need to do, and perhaps focus on replacement material for turf fields. But please don't couple the study with a decision to push forward with replacing the fields at both Mayfield and El Camino. This needs to be done yesterday. Assuming we plan to maintain our current playing field capacity, even if you decide you want to convert all synthetic fields to natural grass, this is highly unlikely.
Your time is up.
Before synthetic turf fields need to be replaced again 8 to 10 years from now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helen G.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So good evening. I'm here to urge you to vote no on the proposed $160,000 contract for the turf study. The bulk of what this contract covers can be done using AI-based deep research. I previously submitted to the city a comprehensive deep research report that covers many of the contract's key areas, including safety, environmental impact, and detailed life cycle cost comparisons between synthetic and natural turf. However, I have not had any follow-up from staff, so it's not clear if they've even utilized the research I provided before moving forward with this contract. Since then, I've run another deep research study that fills in the remaining areas, such as site-specific product comparisons, El Camino Park recommendations, and replicable frameworks. I'd be happy to share this detailed report with staff, as well as provide additional research or deep dives into any other areas of interest. This can be done in a matter of minutes, pulling from government research, peer-reviewed studies, case studies from neighboring cities, and other sources with full citations. There's no justification for spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on work that can now be done at zero cost using AI. Moreover, it should be a general policy that council should not approve consulting contracts unless staff has already used AI resources, and those contracts should only cover human-centered, on-the-ground work that AI is unable to do. Let me also be clear, consultants are not inherently more reliable. As some of you know, I spent years trying to convince the transportation department to address the unsafe design at East Meadow and Ross Road roundabout, a design by outside consultants that did not meet MUTCD design standards for required visibility. The consulting contract in that case resulted in a design that was a net negative, leaving us with a dangerous intersection and years of citizen work to convince the city to bring the intersection up to code. AI, by contrast, can incorporate all standards, studies, and precedent into its recommendations. So let's talk about what we could do with those funds instead. I've been told the city can't afford to paint curbs red at crosswalks near my child's school to educate drivers about the new daylighting law. If we saved $160,000 by doing AI research in-house, we could paint the curbs red near more than 100 crosswalks across the city. We could protect pedestrians near all schools, all parks, all senior centers in one go, just from the savings from this one contract. So let's do that instead. Let's get it done, especially given the discussion earlier tonight about safe routes to school. So please, let's prioritize city funds for city services. We're at the center of Silicon Valley. Let's use the technology from this hub of innovation to get the research done for free, and we can use the freed up funds to paint curbs red and keep our kids safe. Thanks so much for your consideration, and thank you for all your service to this.
That concludes public comment on agenda item 12.
Okay, thank you to all the public for your comments. Clearly, as we've seen before, there's opinions on all sides of this issue. So now I want to come back to council to discuss, again, specifically the contract that's in front of us. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question for staff. Is the plan to assess hybrid turf options that Vice Mayor Vinker was talking about in either the study scope for El Camino Park or the more general study scope?
I don't think we've specifically called that out as an option to evaluate, but we can certainly speak with the consultant and ask them to include that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask a line of questions about how much ultimately we do need a consultant for either El Camino Park or just more generally. I like that we have an internal answer for the Mayfield soccer fields and that we were able to understand options and within the realm of synthetic turf, try to find the best environmental option and that we can understand the costs and timelines. And we don't fully understand all the options, but we didn't need a consultant, presumably, for this first stage of work for Mayfield, right?
You mean to select the product?
Yeah.
No, we did all that research. Staff did all that research.
Okay. I guess, is that replicable for the El Camino Park replacement that will come up in the future? And given that this research is already done, how much lift would it be to say augment that by asking for bids from a few hybrid turf companies or asking for a bid from a natural turf company too?
So what we were able to do for our own research, because a lot of it involved visiting fields that were utilizing a particular type of turf, is look at really what's locally available. So there's so many products that exist, a lot of them coming out of Europe, a lot of new products, as Councilmember Burt mentioned, just from when we talked about this in May, there's been already progress on new products. So it's our opinion that if we had someone who was an expert in the field, in the industry, who has experience seeing different turf products installed nationwide, that we would have a broader choice of products to look into.
If I might add also, Councilmember, in addition to comparing the work that's been done for Mayfield to what would be needed for El Camino or more broadly, again, it was selection of turf products as opposed to including grass as an alternative, which would then require evaluation of the operating characteristics and requirements as well.
I understand that. I also understand, though, that a lot of this research is already available, conducted by the county. And so it seems like the lift from the study, the main value would be on these other products that are maybe not addressed in the county study, that maybe are newer and need more kind of relevant expertise on how to size those. And I think if that is the scope for the study, I think that's actually reasonable and something that I could get behind. But I would be somewhat skeptical of potentially redoing work that's been recently done by other jurisdictions if we don't have a focused direction to go with this. As a general kind of comment, potentially to my colleagues, potentially to the public, I think we should also think about more generally about the problem we're trying to answer. And the problem is not just related to playing fields or soccer fields, but just about balancing overall environmental and health concerns, and also recreation and all the benefits that recreation brings. So I think that there's room for a policy that is protective and respectful of the environment, that also allows some mix of synthetic and, well, hopefully hybrid fields while we address turf and plastic ground cover in other contexts. So I'll leave my comments there.
I'm going to go next. I have a couple quickie questions, and then I want to go to the scope of work. So we're kind of focused on what this contract is focused on. The original proposal was 233 at 6 months, which was cut back to 160, and now it's at 4 months, comparing page 128 to 130. So is that just literally a shorter time frame, or are we starting later, or what's the drill there?
It's a compressed timeline because we're eager to get the final study done. In addition, because staff is doing some of the work, we've already collected some of the data in advance so that we can provide that to Lloyd as soon as they're under contract. And we can also do some of the tasks in parallel because we'll be doing some of the work in-house.
Yeah, but your recommendation says 6 months. And then at the end, when you calculate it, it's 4 months. So it's actually inconsistent within the report. If I'm understanding that, under recommendation, it says it's going to take 6 months and 160,000 on 128, but on 130, it says August 25, which is about 4 months.
So when this comes back to City Council in August, there is still time within that contract to finalize and make any edits prior to the report being finalized.
Okay, so it is a 6 months. It's still 6 months.
Well, there's the contract period, and then there's the period of time we expect the work to be conducted in. So we've included an extra 2 months in the contract in the event that they need to do additional work.
Okay, and then the other quickie question is originally the bids were 91K from one firm up to 233K for this firm, which is a huge difference. So clearly you thought this firm was better and you thought they were 2.5 times better. So is that basically the answer to the question? I'm just trying to confirm that.
That is the answer to the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you answered some of my questions that I had reading the staff report about Mayfield, but I want to go to the Exhibit A. So in Exhibit A, items 4 and 8, I think you said you already had taken out, which were the maintenance costs and the community and user feedback. And yet they're back in here. It was right up front that you said reassign some of the work to staff.
Mayor, if I could just to confirm, we're looking at the same page. You're looking at packet page 146, is that correct?
Yes. So I understood in the staff report that, you took out the maintenance costs analysis and the community user feedback to get the study down, and yet they're still in here then, and we're paying them for that.
So that section that you're referring to is the report and the presentation. So we would still want that information in the comprehensive report, regardless of who conducts the work.
But it doesn't say a report. It says they're going to do the community and user feedback, right? Item number 8 that I'm looking at right now. I'm talking about item 8 and previously item 4, because I had understood in the text that was taken out because you already knew that, but it's still listed.
So prior to that, the actual task is prepare and deliver a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
So they would just be taking our data and putting it into a PowerPoint so that we have a comprehensive report to share.
Oh, you're just itemizing the content of the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Even that took a page and a half. How big you want the PowerPoint to be? My goodness.
And the final report. I mean, it talks about what information we want to present in a final report.
I see. Okay, that wasn't clear to me, so thank you. And then just a question on 9, when you're talking about sources like field surveys and so on and focus groups, is that something that staff would be doing, focus groups?
Yes, that would be done. Staff would lead those.
I'm not sure with all these opinions, we need many more focus groups, but at least I understand that that's the plan, that we're going to do it and not other folks. And then, so there's all these other answers, other issues here like current conditions and playability. That's data that we're going to provide to the consultant.
We would need, so we've been pulling our user data, our existing user data now, so that we can, from our system, so that we can provide it to the consultant on what our current user playability is.
Yeah, so okay, so getting back to cost, you pulled all of those items and reduced it by $30,000. And for processing all the work that we're doing and all the existing research, it's still $160,000. So I just don't get the value add of that. It seems to me that the emphasis here is, as you stated in your presentation, was really around the health benefits and that type of thing, or the health detriments, and perhaps a look at the cost of conversion from back over to grass. But that you could actually get by going out to a couple of people that do that and say, give me a bid. So that isn't anything that this consultant has to deal with. So I think we're frankly way out of scope on cost for what we're trying to get here to read the existing research. And how's my time? And so that it just doesn't, we're not getting bang for the buck for that. And then the second thing in this regard is that I didn't really understand how we could just shift to El Camino Park evaluation only, because I thought the whole overall objective was to figure out, if turf works, and if it works, it seems like it would work anywhere. It wouldn't be all that site specific. And the language of this supplemental report sort of sounded like, well, we're going to just shift to this and it's going to be more focused, that may be more valuable. Then you also said that this evaluation will need to be updated in 27 to do El Camino. And the frankly shocking thing to me is then the cost of this narrower scope didn't go down. So that's my initial comments.
So if I could just respond to that. In terms of your last point, we have not at this point negotiated with Lloyd about this more focused scope, focused specifically to El Camino Park. So at this point, if the council is interested in pursuing that alternative, we would again request authorization for us to negotiate with them on that point. That said, as was pointed out in the supplemental report, by focusing on El Camino Park, the basic premise would be, it would be a very specific application of a variety of different products, for lack of a better term, whether it be, again, natural grass, fully synthetic turf with organic infill, a hybrid turf, or some other alternatives. Part of the work to do with Lloyd would be to identify exactly how many alternatives would be evaluated with this more focused or greater focus. The presumption there is, as has been discussed to this point, the products are evolving. And so it may not be necessary to reevaluate within a couple of years, but very well could be, depending on how the products continue to evolve and what's determined in the next step. So that was the premise for the alternative recommendation.
Yeah, except that's not what it said in the last sentence. You're asking for us to authorize tonight to move to this direction, not to exceed the cost currently proposed, which is $160,000.
That's correct, because we have not negotiated an alternative scope. If we told Lloyd we want to evaluate 10 alternatives, I fully expect they'd come back and tell us it's the same price, or maybe it may even be more. Depends on ultimately how we negotiate the scope. But again, just give you a direct response to the question.
No, I'm not sure we're communicating here. What I'm saying is that there may be 5 great reasons why we should do this about El Camino, but the direction in this report was to approve it up to 160, and I would say we shouldn't approve anything. We should have them rebid it and come back with a contract to do something entirely different than what they started out with. And I don't even know if they're the right consultants. Maybe they are. That's great. I don't question that. I'm just saying, but I don't think this is building on anything that we already have. I think it's rebidding a whole new project. And so up to the prior cost, I don't think it makes any sense tonight until we all know what we're paying for so we can make a decision. That's all I'm saying.
Understand the point. We've looked at this alternative scope as really very consistent with the evaluation that had been proposed. The evaluation as originally scoped was really to address the issue more broadly. This would simply have a very specific location and the basis for the evaluation.
Who's up? Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So sort of to pick up on that theme, whereas the analysis, framing and phrasing of the report might have been broader the way it was originally scoped, de facto, it's pretty much El Camino anyway at this point. I think I didn't really appreciate that until, when I asked my questions earlier, but if Mayfield's getting redone with turf and Cubberly, we don't even have a bond measure on the ballot yet, let alone passed, let alone a plan to put in a new field. I guess maybe that wouldn't be part of the bond measure because that's managed separately. That's outside of this. Okay, so retract that, but it's off by a little bit. We're pretty close to that scope anyway. So I think it's less different than I originally had thought. But I'll set that aside for a minute. Yeah, I think what's happening is, I think originally we were thinking, wow, how do we analyze these somewhat complex pros and cons between turf and grass? And I have to say, when it came to finance last year, I was like ready to just go to grass right then, and had to be reined back by saying, oh, then we don't have durability, we lose playing time, and blah blah blah. Because I was very concerned about wanting to maintain or increase our green infrastructure and not increasing the amount of plastics we have in city infrastructure. But then you get past that and you get to these more complex things we've been talking about. Whereas, I've seen people, break an ankle on a grass field because there's a divot or a puddle. And then I've seen people trip over seams and turfs that are rolling up and, injure themselves there. So you're going to have that both ways. You're going to argue one's more than the other. Chemicals, same thing. Can we go PFAS free or not? Do we still have microplastics? Is there still PFAS in the things that aren't supposed to be PFAS? And we have herbicides, and there's going to be squishy things. And I think that's where we kind of thought this debate was going. But with these changes we're talking about in technology, what I'm interested in, well, let me say one more thing. And so all that stuff that I just mentioned, I think is the stuff that some of the public commenters are saying AI can do, and we've known, but there's like new stuff. And that's why I was talking about the hybrid things, which I'm obviously very interested in. So to me, the new info that we could get in a report so you all have done a ton of work for the fields on Mayfield and have all kinds of other things to do, would be to look, and there are 3 sort of buckets of information I'm interested in. One is for synthetic field, are there truly PFAS-free options? And two, the natural infill, I want to understand it better. You know, this cork that we're talking about sounds good, but you know, there's been a suggestion that maybe it has some issues. There's other organic types of infill. So those are the two things under synthetic I'd want to know about that go toward closer to our sustainability goals. For hybrid turf, I'd want to know, you know, how viable is it? How well would it do in California climate? What would be the time of install with that? And what's its durability? I think that's one of the biggest questions, is what's the durability factor there? And then the third new stuff I'd like to know is about drainage options, because I think that makes a big difference on the durability of grass. And I think it also could make a big difference on cost, one way or another. There's some more, some less, probably more of the more, but I don't know. But again, if you're not laying down turf every 8 to 10 years and how long those drainage systems stick around, it may be amortized and be just as affordable. I don't know, but I'd love to know that. So I'd love to know those three technical buckets of things: synthetic, hybrid, and drainage. And then I'd love to know the difference in upfront costs, maintenance costs, as I mentioned, durability, and years of life for synthetic. Because I think that's kind of where we are now on the pros and cons. I get the sense this council would love to go grass if we could have durability and cost things, but, you know, so that we could have the playing hours for people. But, you know, I don't know that we can. So that's, I would be very interested.
Is that a motion that you want to make?
Well, I guess my question is that doable and within scope? And if so, then I'll move it.
Well, what I heard is you're redefining the scope.
Perhaps. I may ask.
And to my earlier comment, that means we need to reevaluate it and they come back with another number. It could be 100, it could be 260. We don't really know.
So what I will do is I will not make a motion now, but I want to hear what staff has to say about my little litany there and then see how my colleagues think and then perhaps make a motion.
So just listening to your comments, I believe that most of that, what you said, is in their scope, with the exception of probably looking at the hybrid. And we can certainly talk to them about whether that can be added. I'm sure it can. You know, maybe we'll have to tease out things like drainage options. I don't know if that one is specifically called out per se, but as far as cost to maintain a field, you know, drainage might be one of them. Cost to convert a field, we would have to consider drainage. So I think we're really close to getting to those things that you just said.
Well, maybe I'll see if others have comments on that, and then we can move.
Councilmember Burt.
I'm hearing my colleagues struggle over basically the alternative proposal that's a not to exceed. So if I could ask the city manager or Director O'Kane, what are you envisioning would be the difference between the 160,000 and really whatever is the scope of work and the cost, even though you don't yet know that cost difference, but I think it's, my colleagues and I are struggling with, okay, what's the difference between what was in the proposal and the alternative in cost and scope?
Again, we don't really know specifically what the alternative proposal cost would come in, since we haven't negotiated that. I would expect the number of discrete alternatives that we instruct the consultant to evaluate will be a primary driver in that. And beyond that, I think the substance of the basis for comparison are largely set, both in what has been documented in the proposal, and at the same time, I think what we've heard from the council is an interest in focusing in these functional distinctions rather than necessarily, and certainly not duplicating any research that's been done on really the health effects in particular.
Well, and along that line, I think the other thing we're struggling on is we don't want to pay a consultant in this case, or really going forward in consultant work, for information that is widely available now through some of the advanced AI models or just consultant expertise, and they sell the same work to a bunch of different clients, each as if they're generating the work from scratch. Now, recognizing that some of the comparisons may be custom to a given ask, but I think what we see a lot is consultants who are reselling most of their work repeatedly, or much of the work, I should say, repeatedly, and charging each client as if they were generating it from scratch. And that's a real struggle we have, whether it's on this contract or contracts going forward, where we're looking for expertise. In this era where the tools in AI and this deep research and other tools are advancing so rapidly. They're not perfect. And we all recognize that we can't take that information and just blindly accept it, but it also greatly reduces the original research that we then screen, or the consultant then screens to make sure it's accurate. The other thing that I'm both pleased about but wanting to make sure that we do correctly is what's been alluded to here on what we've learned that we're applying to the Mayfield site already. And not only what we've learned over last year, but apparently what the staff report alludes to is what we've learned in just the last few months since council asked for this to come back. And it did illustrate that this was what we learned with our internal staff, and that we can do more of that. And yes, it was work, but it's not every time that we have to go out to consultants to look and find some of this information out, including leveraging work that our subcommittees, the Parks and Recreation Commission may do, and the like. So when this comes back, for instance, this issue, I was very glad to hear that we believe we have identified a PFAS-free grass. But I'd want to see that evidence and make sure that it's not merely a claim, but where is it substantiated? And companies will make claims, and we do need to recognize there's a difference between PFAS in the material and PFAS that may be part of the manufacturing byproduct. And we may be willing to accept the manufacturing byproduct, but we still want to be able to do that, because it's going to get scrutinized not just by the council. When we bring this back, the public on each side of this is going to want to make sure that we aren't just throwing out claims, that they're being backed up by whatever. Not that we do original research, but we just look at what's there and is it valid. I do also want to note that somehow traditionally turf was used to describe grass. And now we're starting to use turf synonymous with synthetic turf. And so I just think we want to make sure that we're coupling that distinction every time we use it. What I think I've heard from staff is that we're going to have something less than $160,000 for a study that will address the questions that we have. Is that a fair statement?
It could be less than 160,000. We haven't asked them to scope that work out yet.
But is the notion of the scope less than what they were offering to provide for 160,000? Our understanding of the scope, is it reduced? Or have we added back some things tonight?
Well, again, I think the base scope was two alternatives, synthetic and grass. And now we may likely be looking at perhaps 3 or 4 alternatives, depending on further conversations that need to occur on what are the discrete options. But that said, I would suggest that we can scope the work consistent with that ceiling of the budget.
And it's only for El Camino.
if we were to go with the alternative, again, it's
That's
something
what I
of a,
meant. I was referring to the alternative
yes.
being El Camino focus. It would be less, presumably, except that maybe we're adding back some additional analysis tonight.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's that. I'm gonna. We don't have the number less than the 160. We have a choice tonight whether we want to beat this around again and come back to council again, or trust staff that we will accept the alternative proposal because things are still dynamic. We don't want to lock ourselves in for the next 4 years in a rapidly evolving technology, but we will move forward with the analysis for El Camino. We anticipate it will be less than 160,000 with more analysis of some alternatives, but limited to El Camino, and therefore hopefully still less than 160. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we do that. We authorize staff to complete negotiation on the contract of a not to exceed 160.
There's no second and there's other
Second.
conversation. Okay, there's a second.
Okay, I'll just say we've beaten this horse pretty hard, and we can go round and round and round, and we could delay going forward, and that's an option. I want to see the analysis of natural turf with its new alternatives and the very best practices that are emerging on synthetic turf, both fillers and grasses themselves, or the artificial grass, and really see an objective analysis that will enable us to make as good of decisions as we can.
Councilwoman Ames?
Yes, I agree with that. And can I just clarify with the maker, are you limiting the scope of this task to the decision that will be made for El Camino Park?
Correct.
Okay.
Basically, the supplemental staff report with added back some of the things that we've talked about tonight on comparisons. Maybe the city manager can even summarize what they've heard as what's been added back.
Councilmember Rectal?
I'm still struggling with the scope. If you go to packet page 130, can you bring that up? And they list those, 8 or 9 options. Most of that stuff I don't think is necessary. Current conditions, we know El Camino and Mayfield are both bad. Playability, we know we have history with how many hours we can get. Maintenance costs, we have history with. Health hazards, we have oodles and oodles of data. I guess the only thing we don't have is really cost of conversion. Environmental impact, we have a really good idea, the trade-offs. Community user feedback, we've got hundreds of emails. So I really think we can go with a really narrow scope here.
Well, that's a good question. If I might ask staff. So.
No, wait a second.
I'm sorry.
Are you done, Councilmember?
Oh, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Just to respond
Go
to
ahead.
Councilman Rectal's points. Out of that list that he made of areas that perhaps don't need to be part of this scope, do you agree that some of those could be pulled out?
Perhaps if we use El Camino Park as an example here. Yes, we have ample information, operating costs, playability on the current synthetic field. We do not have comparable information for grass, organic grass, hybrid, synthetic. So if those were the 3 alternatives we wanted evaluated, those would be additional new work that will need to be developed. Staff will have input to it, but quite frankly, I think we're looking to have outside expertise to validate any initial estimates we were to come up with.
Yeah, although we understood. but we have some history. We have Mitchell Park, we have the soccer fields there, and we take care of them, and we know how much work it is to maintain those fields, and we have a pretty good idea how they get beat up after so many hours of use. So particularly if you're looking at new options, yeah, then I agree. But to me, I don't think this has to be a big report. I think this is a really narrow scope. We know these basic trade-offs, but the only question is does the trade-offs change if we do a hybrid or if we do a different type of grass? Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment. The motion on the table still authorizes approximately $160,000 or a little bit less to do a report that is not scoped, and that if we had the people on the line today and said, what could you do? They wouldn't be able to tell you. So I don't understand why we're trying to invent this and force staff into some questions or answers right now. It's not fair to them. I think we just return this thing to the staff and say, here are the parameters that we want to look at on the narrow scope, and just have them scope it and come back to us in 2 weeks and we'll have another discussion about it. So I'm going to move a substitute motion in that regard to return this to staff and give a narrow scope, not excluding the things that we've talked about, which are certainly any health hazards. And to the extent that some things like turf replacement can be gotten with outside bids and not paying a consultant, that should be factored into the decision yet again. So that's my substitute. We need a second.
I'll second. And I suppose briefly speaking to my second, I really want us to move forward quickly. I agree that we are beating the horse dead many times over. And I hope that we can get a scope that is responsive to Councilmember Reckall and Vice Mayor Vinker's concerns. That's really narrowly focused. We know a lot about natural turf. I completely agree with Councilmember Burt on the availability of AI, the availability of other reports to answer a lot of the questions about natural turf. I think we can scope this really narrowly and we can come back to this and hopefully get it done quickly.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, the core issue here is, do we want to spend $160,000 to get the research that's published, that's available from experts, that's available and sometimes from AI, or that's available by us asking for a bid in case we have to do a conversion from 2 landscape designers? $160,000 to get all this research that we already have still doesn't make sense to me. So if it's 158 because it's 160, I'm a no next time too. We just got to be realistic about this. And we don't have any of the data from the consultant right now. Do you have a comment on the substitute motion?
Me? Is that what you're, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I think Director.
Oh, sorry. Did you have a question?
That's okay. Well, I just wanted to respond to your comments, Mayor, and I understand what you're saying and understand your concerns. And maybe it's a result of us not articulating the amount of work that would go into an independent analysis like this. So the existing research that's out there is really the environmental risks and the health risks. So yes, that's there. We did receive the list of publications that the public speaker sent. We forwarded those to Lloyd Consulting already. So that data is there and we will look at it and update it. But what I don't think is a correct assumption is that they would just pull data from another report that they did and try to apply it to our fields. We have specific climate here. We have specific usability here. We have specific soil types here that don't exist in the East Bay. It's a very specific study to our fields and the conditions they exist today and what we would need to do to maintain them to a high standard if they became natural grass. We don't have that ability to do that in-house from a bandwidth perspective, but even to an expertise perspective. We have some of that knowledge, but we don't have it all. So we're really relying on someone else who has done this work before, who has installed grass fields, synthetic fields, both all over the country, or designed them, I should say, to help us analyze what will it take for us to have the greatest playability with natural grass. I mean, that's one of the things we're looking at with the original scope. We need someone to help us with that. We don't have the bandwidth nor the staff expertise to make those decisions. So that's what we're looking at here. So I actually think, you know, $160,000 to do all of that work, it would take staff much more time to do all that than what we would hire Lloyd to do. So I just wanted to clarify, and apologies if we didn't articulate the amount of work that's actually really needed to get this study done.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I think that you're right, that shift, like what I had really originally wanted and I'd pushed hard on, I want to know about the injuries if you had a bad substructure to the artificial turf, and you know, those have gotten better. So, and then there's the whole health thing, you know, just from that really was kind of, you know, 6 months ago, my mindset. And that's not my mindset now. And there is a lot of stuff available out there, and, you know, you have it. So to me, the scope really is what is the best product type. Yeah, I know maybe not company by company, and that is going to take a lot of work. I spent a lot of time this afternoon looking at some of these things. I thought, boy, I'm glad I don't have to ultimately do this. But to have that realistic expert knowledge of installing it, of seeing it where, of seeing, you know, different uses, seeing different climates, and then the cost, you know, out here, that's many different types of expertise. And so I appreciate that actually this is something, if we're really looking at that amalgam, if we want the information on that amalgam of factors so that later we can make a decision as to which way we go, I do think that's beyond, I do think that's fairly significant. And so the substitute motion makes me nervous because I do think we should just move on with this. We've spent a lot of time on this, and I think that what Councilmember Burt said is something that resonated with me. It really comes down to, do we trust staff to go back and just say, look, you have up to 160. It's kind of a swapping out almost of all that stuff we were thinking about before, and now looking at the options and the additional, I think you said the only things that perhaps weren't in there before are this other technologies that are hybrid types, and there's several of those. There's ones with, you know, different types of the synthetic blades and drainage options. I think in the long run, we could be really glad we took a look at that, and that's even more work for you, both on the because those products are many of them are new and coming onto the market and have been installed in the last few years, and so now there's sample space. But that takes some human to kind of, you know, correlate it to our circumstance. So I want it to be new information, but I think the scope may be a little changed. I trust staff to figure out how to do that swap within that budget they've represented. They think they can. So I, with due respect, I will not be supporting the substitute motion.
Any other comments? Councilor Rectal?
I mean, so 160,000 still seems a lot of money. I mean, how many person weeks would that be? I just don't think that, at least I'm envisioning a scope that's much narrower than that. I don't want the report to contain any health impacts and environmental impacts. I think we understand that the Santa Clara County packet had all that laid out. And even if they came up with 10% new, it really is not going to change the answer. This is really going to come down to playability. How many hours can we squeeze out of this field, and what is the cost? That's really what it's going to come down to. And if that's even for 5 options, I don't think that's that much time. I mean, so the original motion, if we give it to staff and say, we want to trim down the scope, we don't want you to spend 160, but we just want you to minimize the cost. Is that something that could be done, or do you want to come back to council and say, here, this is the trimmed down scope, and bless it? What does staff think?
I'm not sure I understood the exact scenario you described. I think it was, don't change the scope or bring it back at a lower cost.
Oh, no, I think they change the scope, trim it down.
Okay, so
trim the scope as much as you can.
With particular, if I, just to clarify,
Okay.
without or by eliminating the health impacts and environmental impacts.
I think we have a good handle of those impacts. I think it really comes down to how many hours can we squeeze out of each of these designs, and what is the cost? And maintenance, maybe. So those are really the only things I think that are unknown at this point.
What I did hear earlier on the health and environmental, this issue of confirmation of PFAS free and wanting to understand that. So perhaps that if we limited the health and environmental impacts to that specific issue, I think we'd take that as marching orders to negotiate with the consultant.
Okay, and so what do you think is the better route for you? Just to negotiate and we trust you, or that?
Yes.
Because I think you understand what we're thinking, and I think coming back in some ways is just a wasted trip. So, okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Understood.
No other comments? Okay, we'll first vote on the substitute motion, which is at the bottom.
Councilmember Burt,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
No.
Councilmember Rectal,
No.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
No.
Motion fails 5-2.
Okay, move to the original motion.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, we're done. We stand adjourned, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Unless we see you in between at various committee and events.